life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life, I wanna be soaring to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. In a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, just want a life that is worth every day exploring, My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, just want a life that is worth every day exploring,
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, just want a life that is worth every day exploring,
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find. Life's a
Good morning, everybody, and Mama Bear.
Hiya.
How are ya?
Good. How are you?
Great. I am great. Even better now since you're here.
Yay.
I hope you're having a good morning.
So far, so good. Well, it didn't start out good.
I'm sorry, what happened?
I woke up at like 8:30, 8:45. School starts at 8. One of my middle child, of course, was still snoozing away. Her twin brother was up and in school.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Are they all doing the homeschooling thing again this year?
Yeah.
Okay. I knew you had said something about one of them possibly going back, but I didn't know.
My oldest would like to go back to in-person.
Are you going to wait till you guys move, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, let's just hold off and wait and see where we end up and all that. We'll go from there.
Yeah, because you don't want to get into one school and then switch to another school and this and that, especially if there's been issues in the past already with certain things. So
yeah,
it could be easier on her.
Yep. But she's liking Indiana Connections Academy so far, so that's good.
That's good. That is good. Good to hear. Good to hear. I don't have a child going back to school anymore. It's kind of sad, depressing a little bit.
I was thinking about that the other day when I don't know what it was, and I was like, Randy's at work all day, Caden's at work all day. You're just home alone.
Oh no, not completely alone.
I forgot your mother-in-law's there.
I'd rather be alone.
Your favorite person in the world.
Although, luckily, she kind of hides in her. This week, well, I don't know for how long, but her uncle's here visiting us too from Alabama. So that's enough. It's uplifting because he's an awesome guy. Very, very positive and happy and Southern. So I don't understand how her mother came from that group of people. I don't get it. Everybody in that family is just they're amazing people. They really are, just like Randy is. And then there's the one.
There's always one.
Yeah, I've never met anybody in my life that as they're walking down the stairs to come down for the first time in the morning, they're bitching before they even get downstairs. Every step, there's a new complaint. And it's like, good morning. Yeah. Rotten, fretting, fricka, sicka, recka. At this point, though, 5 years later, because she's been here with us for 5 years.
It's been a minute.
Now I hear wah, 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 wah. But it does. Remember Yosemite Sam from the Bugs Bunny cartoons when we were kids?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I did that. That's what it reminds me of. Rattin, fricka, rattin, fricka, fricka. That's what I hear. And it's like, oh my God. Guess what? You woke up this morning and you're breathing and you're standing on your own 2 feet.
Right.
That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
God
And if
forbid.
there's something you don't like, fix it.
Oh,
If you can't fix it,
I said that once before. Ever again will I say that.
she make you fix it.
Tried to. I spent. She messes things up all the time because she hits buttons. She's worse than me.
Oh.
And we have that TV app I told you about, that UTV. Okay, so of course I installed it in her TV as well in her bedroom, so she has something to watch. And it's a great app. You can watch whatever you want. Well, she likes to save things, and like she has to use every feature that something has. And there's a thing in there that says favorites. And then she wanted to put all her favorites in there, all of them. So she spent what I'm going to consider the total of like 48 hours nonstop sitting on her bed, adding all her favorites. Well, she overloaded it. Okay. Because it's supposed to hold like a few things here or there. I have my news channels, my local news channels in it. That's it. And that way I don't have to look for them, because you have to look for everything you want and scan through the whole list. And there's like millions of things in there. So just throwing that in there, it's easier.
Right.
So, not every movie you've ever watched that you like, every TV series, every whatever, it doesn't need to go in there, but it does. You're not sure what's possible, Miss Alicia.
That she pushes buttons worse than you.
Oh, but she does. So, smart ass. Good morning, butthead. And it'll come next. You'll love it. But, hey, Robert, good to see you, buddy. I'll get you guys here 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you. So, everything was set up and running, and she did all that. And I go upstairs. She's like, Joe, it's not working. Mine is. You're right above me. I was sitting in the living room. Mine's working just fine, but mine's not. I said, well, what did you do? Nothing. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Because I know you. I've done this to your computer. I've done all these things I've had to fix of yours all the time. So she overloaded the system, which screwed mine up too, because we run off the same app basically, but you can split it. So I had to go in and delete all of those one by one and redo it. And she's like, well, why'd you do that? And then she went and did it again. I said, you can't do that. I said, you can save a handful of things in there. That's all you have to do. You don't need to. I said, oh, there's a search bubble up there. It's like a little hourglass, mother. You put in what you want to find and you can search it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be saved. Oh, Carolyn, you want to talk about patience? You can ask Mama Bear. I've had patience. I promise you.
Oh, trust me.
Plenty of patience. I promise. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Alicia J. Hey. Miss Witchy's in the house. Miss Carolyn, again, good to see you. Death Valley, welcome back to you. Robert, great to see you, brother. Kent Corbett, welcome back. The Beach Babes in the house today. Moonlit Baby, always in the house. Mark Schumann, good to see you, brother. In Stitches, welcome back. Great to see you all. Of course, Mama Bear's up here with me, gracing me with her awesome presence. SRBBBBBB. Good morning. And I think that's all I see so far. Oh, nope. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good morning, sir. I think I did get everybody so far. Come on in, guys. Hit the like button if you will. Please share it out. And we're early, but we're out at the end. Oh, Toyga. Toy like a Toyga. So after we do this, Mama Bear, what's on your agenda for today while we're waiting?
My parents are going to come over later this afternoon, and we've got some baseboards and quarter round to caulk and paint and clean and
oh my God, you're still doing all that stuff.
Fun stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
You're working. Both of you are working. It's a little hard to.
Yes. Have you guys looked into any other new places?
No, we haven't had time, to be honest. I mean, he probably has online and has some ideas, but no.
You can always move to Ohio.
Yeah, no thanks.
What was that supposed to mean?
The
No,
water's tainted over there in more ways than one.
we ain't got Delphi here. Ooh. Tainted more than ways. You're whatever. Whatever. You hear that, SRB? She's dogging out Ohio. And there's a lot of us in here actually. In Stitches, SRB. I think there's a couple others in here too somewhere. You're right though. It's kind of, it ain't not truly. I feel like that out of the entire United States, if there's 2 or 3 states that kind of line up that are about the same, in my opinion, it's Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. The 3 of us are all kind of the same. It does suck. I agree. Ohio sucks. It does.
I mean, it's not any different than Indiana, really. I mean,
that's what I mean. I mean, we're just kind of here. And that's how I feel. Like there's nothing special, nothing exciting. We're just kind of here. You know what I mean?
I mean, where I'm at, what's close to me is the 500 racetrack. And to me, that's annoying as hell because you get all the tourists and the traffic, and then you get the street racers, and you get
the Indianapolis 500. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
you can hear that from your house, can't you?
Oh yeah. I mean, and there's also the drag strip too.
Yeah.
So the drag strip's probably about 2-3 miles away, if that.
So that's really loud because those cars are super loud when they drag. Yes.
Yeah. Especially when they bring in the funny cars.
Yes.
My house vibrates.
I bet. Well, it's no worse than living near a military base that they're constantly blowing shit up at. So I get it. Or flying over your house like they're about to land on your roof and you're shitting your pants, shaking with the house. You know, like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah,
we had a transport chopper 2 days ago. They're doing maneuvers again for whatever reason. And it was making circles. And that's what they do is they just fly and do these patterns like they're training or something. So this thing was, and this was a big transport Huey that had the dual blades on top of it. And it's monstrous. Okay. So when it gets about right here, this starts shaking and that starts shaking. And I'm like sitting here going like this. And it sounds like it's landing on the roof. I literally had to go outside and look. I could see the guy's face. He smiled at me when I looked at him. I'm like, dude, you're kind of low. Come on now. You know? Right? Like, move up around or something. Like, stop circling my house. It's crazy. So, just saying.
I'll be back.
Awesome.
Have to drive home to set VCR to record for my dad.
A Chinook.
She was still
yes, Eddie. Good to see you, buddy. It's a Chinook. Chinook. Robert says, I did a live last night about Native American myths and legends. It failed horribly. Played something apparently. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, it's YouTube is rough. You gotta filter through that Creative Commons link over there to the right. And even then, you can ask Mama Bear. I filtered things. I filter everything that I run, and I still
get you.
Yeah, I've still been hit before because they can't make up their mind whether it's allowed or not allowed. So great to see you, buddy. Good to have you here, Eddie. Always a pleasure, brother. That's great, Mama Bear. I'm glad to hear that. Pennsylvania often doesn't have a lot. No, some parts of it do. Depends on where you're at in Pennsylvania.
Brandy.
Holy shit. Brandy B. Good to see you, OG. Thank you for being here. Sunny Edits, welcome. Guten Morgen. Thank you guys for. I'd love to go to Jersey. I want to go to Jersey. I've never been to Jersey. I've always wanted to see Jersey. Captain Jenks, which I still haven't heard from him. I'm actually seriously really worried about him.
Yeah, if you still haven't since.
Alicia reached out to him a couple times too, and he's not responding. He always responds. So.
Did he work?
He does, but he was, and the thing I'm worried about is he was having a few health issues at one point. I just don't know, and there's no other way for me to reach out to him but through the Discord. So he's always here, especially on the Saturday nights. You know, he's here every single day with us, at least once a day, so on and so forth. And I haven't heard anything, so I'm really, really worried. So, guys, keep Captain Jenks in your thoughts and prayers that everything's okay. Yeah, at least it said this. At least it said the same thing, that there's something wrong yesterday, because he always replies and there's nothing. So I'm really worried about him. Oh my goodness gracious! Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, darling. Yes, we've missed her. Yeah,
Hi, Molly.
It's been like 3 weeks, 100%, Alicia. I was worried about it after a week. Alicia had to correct me because I thought it was 2 weeks then, but it's been a while. And he's always here, always here. So I'm nervously worried for him. Christina, good morning. Rowena. Have you forgiven me, Rowena, for missing your birthday? I hope.
At Natural Healing? I don't know who that is. Sorry.
I know who it is. I haven't seen him in a while. It's been a few weeks, Eddie. Molly. I hope you're doing better, dear.
You know who I haven't seen in a while, and I'm sure he's fine because he's too ornery to Sarge. I figured he just got fed up with it.
Well, he's back. He said he backed off a little from until we get something else from the thing. So if we get something else, but he'll be back around. Plus, he's been working a lot and dealing with a lot of his own personal stuff, he said. So he's all right.
I figured, but I was like, wait a minute. I haven't seen or heard Sarge.
Yes. You'd think a lot of people would be relieved about that, but there's people that miss him.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, people miss hearing Sarge's voice. I know that's hard to believe, but it happens. Sarge is a good guy. He really is. You just have to be able to understand him and get to know him to understand him.
And he has come a long way from when he first
Holy shit. You remember the first week he was around? We were all kind of like,
whoa, who are you?
Where did you come from? Right. Yeah. He's a good guy. He really is. People just misunderstand him. Excuse me, not everyone. Not everyone what?
I guess like Sarge. I guess Brandy.
No, we know that, but that's okay. You don't know him like we do. Love Sarge. He's a bit overbearing, but he that's it right there. You have to understand how to take that. That's all. You have to understand what he means and understand the things why he says and does the things he does. Miss Christie's in the house. Good morning, Miss Christie.
She's having a bad morning.
I saw that, and I hope that's getting worked out, Christy. I'm sorry that you're going through that, hon. YouTube is not fun at all.
Well, it's not even YouTube, it's Google.
Well, yeah.
Because I asked her, I was like, is the file too big? You know, what's it saying? She's like, it's saying my URL doesn't exist. I'm like, oh.
Whoa.
That's a new one. I can't help you with that one. I'm so sorry.
That is a new one. Did you change anything recently, Christy, or was it just something that happened out of the blue? I got it to submit. Oh, fingers crossed. Yay.
Fingers crossed, honey.
Right. Go check out Christy's channel, guys. Right there's the link. Miss Christy Nevada. Go check it out. You definitely will not be disappointed, I promise. We were talking about Captain Jenks, Molly, and then Sarge, and then now Miss Christie's problem.
You kind of come in the middle of the whole
hemisphere. What's up, brother? Good to see you, sir. Overbearing, yes. Yes, Eddie, yes. Sarge's way of thinking reminded me of GAC a tad bit. A little bit. Okay, guys, we got 35 peeps, 26 likes. Let's catch that up, guys. Please and thank ya. It's an appeal. They keep denying me to be monetized because of my body count. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
That makes no sense, Christy. And you removed it, right? That's so weird.
I don't understand. That's why I told her, I was like, talk to Dago. He knows like the guidelines and everything. really, really well. It's like, I don't understand why that would prevent her from being monetized.
We'll have to get into a like a mod chat later on and explain to me some details, and I'll see.
I wonder if she just needs to put like a watermark on it.
That maybe. Yeah, like that little thing I got down there in the corner or something like that. You know what a watermark is, Christy. Maybe that'll help. It's on my video. They're saying it's reused content. That's so ridiculous. Did you put a watermark on it? It is so ridiculous. You have a watermark. Okay. I don't understand it. Was there somebody that put a claim on you because of it? Okay. I went through that with a specific person too. And I couldn't. Oh no, there's not. Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
I don't know how they can put a claim on it when everybody has it.
If it's hers.
Yeah. But hopefully she sent the FOIA paperwork and everything with it, so to prove that it is hers. Yeah.
And if they can't deny that, they've screwed up. Like, remember when I got suspended for 7 days for the big C word that I didn't even say? Sarge said it. And it was because of a bot. It was a bot that did it. They told me eventually. So I had to go argue with them. And then within 3 days, they said, "Oh, we're sorry, we were wrong." So sometimes that happens, but she's been fighting this, it sounds like. They said my body cam isn't mine, so I had to show my FOIAs. Well, they can't deny that then.
Yeah.
They can't. There's no way they can. And if they do, then that's when I would say, hey, I got an attorney now. You know what I mean? Because that's bullshit. Yeah. That is absolute bullshit. There's no reason. They look for any reason they can to demonetize people all the time. I promise you, it'll work out, Christy. I have faith. Fingers crossed. Hopefully this will work. And that'll start.
That was probably a bot thing too.
It always is. They very rarely, unless you physically, which I've been through, have to request a real life person to go look at something. Everything runs off bots. And I think that's so ridiculous.
There's so many people that need jobs.
Right. Jesus. When you can just people sitting at home that are doing nothing that can just look there. I mean, how long they don't want to pay is what it is.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. I got videos with 7. Oh my God. See, you'd be doing well, Christy, at 70,000. Jesus.
That's for frustration.
No lie. Yes. You'd be doing very well with that. I wish I can get some views like that. That's good stuff. And that's why I'm telling you guys to go check her channel out. She does good work. Please do. Go check her out. Support her. Hit the subscribe button and notification bell if you have not yet done it. Please do it. What are you doing with your life? Come on now. Thank you to my blue crew for being in the house, guys. I appreciate you so very much. As always, I couldn't do this with or without you guys. We know that because I'm just not all here. I think we got 43 peeps, 32. We're all right, guys. We're catching up. We're catching up. There is a FOIA lawsuit going on. Yes, I saw that, Robert. I saw that. It's pretty wild. So we got some things to talk about today, some updates today, and some new stuff, some old stuff, good stuff, bad stuff, stuff. Just stuff. You got anything before we get started on any of this? Anything new for you that you've seen that you want to talk about or throw out there? Good morning, Woman Power. Thank you for joining us.
No.
And guys, I have Mama Bear's link pinned in the top of our chat. Please go over and subscribe. If you have not yet subscribed to Mama Bear's channel, hit the like button, hit the notification bell. She works a lot now, so she doesn't get to do much with it, but we still want to keep that channel growing. So please support her if you would. I appreciate it so very much. So very much.
And so do I.
Yes, of course.
I don't want to lose it. I got to get something.
Yeah.
Something to...
Yeah, I told you. That's why I linked it, because I didn't know if you were going to split this or not. You don't have to, but you're welcome to. You know that.
I know.
All right. Miss Donna, good to see you. Good morning. All of you guys, thank you so much for starting your day off with us. If you did, of course. We appreciate you so very much. But let's see what's news. What's in the news? Let me see here. What do we got first? What are we going to go to first? Where my downloads be? A minute here.
Is that when Matthew goes back to school, Brandy?
That's no problem, Brandy. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 1 minute here. Did you get everything handled, Moonlit? Get everything moved or whatever you were doing? Hopefully. Hope so. All right, guys. I'm gonna start off with this. Rose says my grant. Yep. I'm kind of missing it, you guys. It's sad. I'm missing my son going to school. I didn't realize it was going to bother me that much. Now he gets up and goes to work in the morning instead of going to school. And I just, it's weird. I thought I'd be relieved. Remember me saying that? Like, no more. I don't have to deal with it anymore. And I'm like, I'm sad. It's weird.
Yeah.
Whatever. My grandkids are going back the end of the month, 28th, I think. And then they're off again because of, what is it, Memorial Day?
Labor Day.
I always screw those two up, yeah. I'll never understand why they don't send them back after Labor Day. It's so weird. Never understand. All right, so we're going to start off with any updates and talk about these two gorgeous little ones, Jack and Lou. They're so cute. They really are. Not much, again, has come out. And there hasn't been much that's come out on this case. There's a lot of bullshit that's come out, for sure. And as always, drama that surrounds it, like they always do. So let's see what this article here is saying here. It says, deep in the middle of Nova Scotia, far from its quaint coastal town, sits Lansdowne, a hamlet of around 100 people in a cellular dead zone. It's surrounded by endless spruce forest, bushes like razor wire, and bogs that breed swarms of black flies. Wonderful. Sounds like a paradise to me. Like many faded settlements across Maritimes, Lansdowne reached its peak more than, oh my God, we don't need to read all that. Hold on. So there is one thing that I did find out a few days back that they have in this area a lot of. And they talk about these abandoned mine shafts. There's a lot of these things around that area. And I started wondering, there's like copper mines and things like that. I started wondering how close this property could have been to any of those. I looked it up. I didn't see anything on MapQuest. So they may not even be on there. But I wondered, thinking of that, if by some weird ass chance, which I just don't think they did walk off, if they fell down into one of those mines, maybe. But I would imagine they would have checked those, right?
Or even they could have crawled into a cave and there had been a drop off that they didn't see.
Yeah. And they did check certain caves. But these mines I didn't know existed until just like I said the other day. And I'm like, I just don't think that's what happened because of everything else we've seen and heard. I don't think that's what happened. Welcome, typically.
I would think they would have found more footprints and things.
Yes, thank you. Yep, bingo. And they didn't. It's weird. You notice how many of these cases they have found one footprint in?
Yeah.
That's so strange to me. I retired from teaching September 1st, so I don't have to set up. Congratulations, typically. That's awesome. I didn't even know you were a teacher. There's another one of our awesome teachers in the house.
Yep, congrats.
Yes. I'm sure my stress level is 0. So happy. That's awesome. Good for you. Congratulations. And welcome. It's great to have you here today. So It's saying that today those mine shafts are abandoned. One lone train a day cuts through the community with a melancholic blare. Most of the people here live a quiet rural existence in secluded homes scattered along backcountry roads that only the locals know, where chickens and large dogs roam free and the rusted skeletons of old vehicles sit marooned in the dirt. Jesus, we're going to tell the whole. So we know what this area is. So Pictou County is where this is, so on and so forth. Okay, that's Daniel and his brother. Life for Lilly 6 and Jack 4 inside the cluttered trailer in Lansdowne was chaotic. There were holes in the floor of the front stoop, tarps to protect the underside of the trailer from the elements, which is normal. And so much racket from the lively children that their step-grandmother soon retreated to a camper in the driveway. The stepfather, Daniel Martell, 34, with pale eyes and ropey arms. What the hell are ropey arms? Ropey arms. That's a new one. Some people write these weird things. This is one of the newest releases on this that I pulled off of Google, of course. Thank you, Christy. And once again, folks, as we put that up there, we never expect donations, folks. You don't have to donate to be here, but we do appreciate when it does happen. So thank you, Christy, for that. Their stepfather, ropey arms, again, I'd like to never heard that before. Worked at the local hardwood mill. Their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, 27, a member of First Nation. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to try to say whatever that says. Sipicanicotic, yeah, okay. She's a member of the First Nation tribe in that area. With chin-length dark hair, stayed home with the baby Meadow. Inside the mobile home, a large wood stove filled up most of the living room. The kids' artwork was pasted to the kitchen wall next to the sliding patio door that led to a yard where they spent hours playing next to the chicken coops. Lily chatted away to her dolls and stuffed animals. Jack turned over rocks and pieces of wood in search of bugs and worms. Outside the fenced backyard and up over a steep embankment, the children sometimes played in a small fort nestled beneath boughs of spruce. It was like their own little dream world. All right, let me get to where this says something of importance because we know all of this stuff. The kids both attended Salt Springs Elementary. It's 20 minutes from their home. In the morning, they reported missing. The big yellow school bus rode past the mobile home without stopping. They were reported. Okay, that's why, because they didn't go to school a lot that week, guys. For those of you that didn't know that, Malaya got up and reported them off around 6:15 that morning. Both parents have said it was because Lily had a cough. They say they heard the children playing in the next room while they dozed in the bedroom with their toddler. Daniel has said that he saw Lily pop in and out a few times about 9:40. The couple says they awoke and realized the kids were gone. They were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. We get up and I tell my partner, do you hear the kids? We know her interview. Let's see. That there is Belinda, the maternal grandmother. Stepfather Daniel. This is Malaya's biological father, Henry. Okay, hold on. Malaya called 911 about 10 a.m. Daniel said he jumped in her white SUV and left to check nearby dirt roads, culverts, and streams. As soon as an army of search and rescue volunteers arrived wearing orange hunting vests, they fanned out, conducting a grid search in the swamp and thick woods around the home. Drones and a helicopter scoured overhead. A police dog on a leash with a handler set out about the yard. See, something else that bugs me about this too is they've not brought in cadaver dogs. Now, I would have thought, okay, fine. Is it because you know something? You know that you don't need them? The excuse they gave was that they only have so many in the entire country of Canada.
Right.
I mean, it's ridiculous because all you could borrow from another. You could borrow from somebody here in the States that's very close to Canada if they need to. It's not been done. You know what I mean? It's just, that's strange to me in this situation. But so they combed every inch of the property, rummaged through the mobile home, reached inside a hamster cage, tore apart a brush pile, unzipped suitcases lying in the middle of the yard. They opened the top of the dryer at the end of the driveway, peered in the chicken hut. They searched the camper van where Daniel's mother, Janie Mackenzie, lives 3 times that morning. And it says that Malaya messaged the children's paternal grandmother, Belinda Gray. I never thought they would run off of me like that, she wrote. I'm so distraught. And I always wondered why she reached out to Belinda, because she hadn't spoken to her for years. And then all of a sudden she reaches out for this, not knowing, like, why would this woman know anything? She hasn't seen these kids in years. Thank you, Christy. Guys, go check out Molly's channel, please, if you would. Molly Drake. There's a link. Great stuff, guys. You will not be disappointed. Molly is our videographer and does all the video stuff here, most of it. And she does amazing things over there. She also writes music and puts that out too. So please go check her out and subscribe if you haven't. Let me see. Let's get down to where there's something here that is different. They seized Lily's pink blanket, torn and wound from the lower branches. See, I've seen a lot of people say that they believe that that blanket was a distraction of sorts. It could be. I don't know.
And Kent's saying that they say that all RCMP dogs are cadaver tracking. And Belinda reached out to her.
I didn't know that.
She reached out to Belinda.
Some RCMP. Right. That's interesting. There's not going to be anything different because there isn't any new. No, of course not. There's not. We know that. Nothing like of importance. Police began pounding on doors early. Now, the only thing new we have as of yesterday, and I don't trust this because this is the same neighbor that came forward and said that they had this big old party, which they said was not true. But now he's saying that he heard that night going into the next morning between Eddie, that's funny. Between midnight and 5 a.m. that the neighbor was out working on his car or a car in his garage or something and heard a 5-speed stick shift go back in a loud car, mind you, go back and forth 5 to 6 times between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. But I don't trust in that because that, like I said, is the same guy that made that statement about the party. 12 and 5. Thank you, Kent. Yes. So this is stuff I believe that's on the property. God, I'd have loved to live here. There have been all sorts of fun things to do. So I guess they had checked out Belinda's. They talked to the biological father. Nobody had seen these kids. They hadn't been around these kids, like I said, in a couple years, truly. And I guess Belinda stated to Malaya during that conversation, "You're the mom. You know these kids better than anybody. So where do you feel they'd go? What would take their interest? What direction would they go?" She had no idea. And that goes back to Daniel stating, and we don't know if this is true or not, that Malaya didn't do a lot with these kids at all, that he was the one that was outside with them and did this with them and did that with them. And blatantly, folks, I don't trust either one of them at this point because the stories have changed so damn much. I don't trust either one. Them were some fat turkeys. Good God. Look at that thing. Anyway, sorry.
That's a butterball.
Yes, big time. Let me get down to anything else that we have different here. And like I said, in the beginning of this, I kind of felt for Daniel. He came out, did multiple interviews. He seemed emotional at times and seemed to want to, to put the information out to get something done. Malaya did one interview and off she went. They split up. They haven't spoken since. Too Fast for Please in the house. Good morning, Michelle and Too Fast. Good to see you. Yeah. Good point there, Eddie. So it was late afternoon on that Saturday when Daniel Malaya's relatives began to turn on each other. In the dooryard of the trailer, a discussion about meth use in the home led to one of Malaya's family members to hurl an accusation that Daniel must have something to do with the children's disappearance. The charge ignited a blaze of angry words. Eventually, Daniel's mother, Janie, ordered some of Malaya's family members off her property. So that's how that whole situation started at that point. Just up the road, Daniel and Malaya waited at the search and rescue headquarters for an update from police. It was around supper time when officers pointed out on the maps where searchers had been. Suddenly, Malaya said she wasn't feeling well. She walked out with Meadow on her hip. in the back of an ambulance. Malaya sobbed uncontrollably. Her mother, registered nurse Cindy Murray, at her side. Daniel pleaded with Malaya to speak to her alone, but her mother stepped in front of him. Cindy, get the F out of here, Daniel recalled saying. The woman hustled to Cindy's car, strapped in Meadow, and sped off down the dirt road. I love you, Daniel called out to his child through the rolled up back window. It was the last time the couple were together. After that, Malaya blocked Daniel from contacting her and later changed her Facebook status to single. Belinda emerged from the woods just before dark. It had been 36 hours since the children had disappeared, and she was considering sleeping in her car to begin searching again at first light. But then she learned Malaya had left Lansdowne, something that has troubled her ever since. If she could leave, Belinda said, her chin quivering in sorrow, then it meant she knew her kids weren't coming back. A lot of people have that feeling as well. Daniel was also upset that Malaya left. I've been the only one there for them, he sobbed in an interview. She can't control them, only I can. They act out whenever she's there. She always gets me to calm them down or get them to stop fighting or feed them or get them up and put them to bed every night. She was asking me to do everything. It just breaks my heart not to ever see everybody. What? It just breaks my heart not to ever see everybody. Okay. The day before the children were reported missing, the Mounties say the children were observed in public with family members. It was the last time they were seen by anyone outside the home. Daniel has said in an interview that the evening before the kids disappeared, everyone was home. He said he spent the evening working on the fence in the backyard. And it was a night just like any other for the young children, he added. Though he couldn't remember what time they went to bed. There is, however, at least one account of strange activity at the mobile home that night. RCMP spokesperson Corporal Carly McCann confirmed, that police received a tip on May 8th from someone who described hearing a vehicle, here we go, come and go from the home throughout the night before the children were reported missing. Investigators are continuing to review and assess more than 600 tips from the public and follow up on over 800 tasks, she wrote in an email. Can you guys hold that for 1 second, Mama Bear? I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm holding, but I'll hold it. Hello, everybody that just came in. Hi, Christina. Hello, Too Fast for Fleas.
Sorry, guys. My dog was going nuts. My apologies. A neighbor who spoke to the Globe said they reported this information on May 8th. The neighbor said that they were working on a vehicle in their own yard when they heard the same loud 5-speed car come and go from the trailer about 6 times from midnight to 5 a.m. After the children's disappearance, the neighbor considered it important information and reported it to police. The Globe agreed not to name the neighbor because of concerns for their safety in the community. Why did they wait till the 8th to report that? The kids went missing on the 2nd, right?
I think so.
It's like a week later. That's weird. Okay. Kent says, Kent's been involved in this too a lot, folks, with other channels too. All they did was confirm that they received the tip. They didn't confirm that it was credible. See, that's figures. Did they follow up with anything, Kent? Do you know with the neighbor? Did they go talk to them? Any of that? Do you know? Because I'm starting to have questions about RCMP here myself. Okay. And I've heard horror stories about RCMP, and I'm not degrading or downing them by any means, but it's just weird that they don't seem to have anything. And this doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I understand they will hold things close to their vest. I get that, so on and so forth, but they don't seem to have much of anything at all. And that's kind of wild to me. There's 2 kids, not one. And it's harder for 2 kids to go missing in my opinion, than one, because there's two of them, obviously. So I don't know, you guys. I have issues with RCMP at this point because it's been too long with nothing, and I mean nothing. In the following weeks, searchers returned twice more. They zeroed in around the home and natural gas pipeline, a clear-cut trail of land that runs through the countryside where a possible child-sized boot print was found. Lilly's blanket was also nearby. Police divers scoured lakes. They drained the septic tank of the mobile home and inspected 4 abandoned mine shafts. There we go. Okay, they did check them. In Lansdowne, a search that's eerily familiar for locals. In 2002, amateur miner explorers discovered the remains of a man who had disappeared 19 years earlier in one of those old copper mines. See, that's what I was worried about. 39-year-old Alex Penny's car was found abandoned on a dirt road in Lansdowne months after his disappearance. It's a chilling homicide that has never been solved, one that rattles around in the collective memories of people who live there. So it was a homicide. That's interesting. We have no details other than what the Globe broke about the vehicle. That's what I thought, Kent. Thank you, sir. Police have described the case as highly unusual. Most missing persons cases are resolved shortly after they reported to police, but the disappearance of Jack and Lilly has become a complex and intensive major crime investigation involving a tremendous amount of careful, deliberate investigative work, said RCMP Staff Sergeant Rob McCammon. In an update last month, the Nova Scotia government offered a $150,000 reward for information. That's interesting. And nobody still has come forward. I think they have a lot more than what we know they have. They're just trying to put the case together. That was kind of what I was thinking too, but it's still been a long time. Molly said, I still wonder if mom hid them from the dad. Well, the biological father, Molly, has had nothing to do with the kids. That was new, but the stepdad, the little one, yeah. I don't know. Let me see what else we got that might be newer, if anything. Behind the scenes, people's concern for the children's welfare had already raised red flags. A child protection supervisor in the nearby town of New Glasgow rushed to prepare a memo for Deputy Minister Craig Beaton about Jack and Lilly on the day the children disappeared, according to redacted briefing notes obtained by the Globe through Freedom of Information legislation. 2 weeks later, in mid-May, another memo about the children was prepared for senior staff in the province's Child Welfare Department. Opportunities and Social Development Minister Scott Armstrong, who also told the Globe he asked for more information about his department interaction with the children, has so far declined to discuss how the government responded to concerns about Jack and Lilly's well-being prior to their disappearance. What is known about Jack and Lilly's interaction with child welfare authorities is that a social worker came to the trailer over concerns raised by the school several months before their disappearance to assess their home life. I understand what you mean, Molly. Good point. Teachers and other professionals who work with children have a legal duty to report if they have reasonable grounds to suspect a child may have, is, or is about to suffer abuse. And home visits occur when there's reason to be concerned about a child's safety and care. Daniel, however, told the Globe the visit was related to the kids' learning difficulties at school. He said the children were suspected of having autism and were scheduled to see a doctor the same month they vanished. He declined to answer further questions about the involvement of the child protection staff of the kids' lives. Gotta wonder why. From the outside, there were signs the children's home's life was strained. They were developmentally behind other children and arrived at school grubby and without appropriate winter clothing, prompting staff to provide it for them. According to a school board employee with direct knowledge, the Globe is not identifying the source, but they're not authorized to disclose details about students. Last December, Jack came to school with a black eye, according to the photo of him posted by his elementary school. The photo of the class trip on December 13th of 24, 5 months before he and his sister disappeared, shows him sitting next to other students in the forest with the green and purple bruise below his left eye. Another photo shows a possible black eye and bruising on Jack's face in a photo taken in September of 24. An injury that Daniel defended on social media, saying it was caused by Lilly. Daniel did not respond to questions asking how Jack received the black eye in December, but in private Facebook messages that were shared with the Globe, he acknowledged Jack had many black eyes. One time, Lilly punched him in the face, he wrote. He also said Lilly had a black eye when the children went missing from an incident with a Tonka truck that occurred on May 1st, the day before the children disappeared. She pushed down the truck and it swung up and hit her in the face. See, this is the picture they're saying right here is where they're saying he had a black eye. And you can see it looks like it's at this point it's healing up now because the color change is different there. While there's stuff in here that says that Daniel's taking anger management and drug addiction courses and stuff online, but for myself, talking to Daniel, he's denied that. You should join us up here, Kent, and tell us what you know and what you feel on this. Truly, because you've been very deeply involved in this since it started. I know that. You're welcome to if you'd like to. Daniel's father, Earl, said that he bought the couple groceries and gas and provided firewood to heat their home. Daniel, however, denied having money problems and had claimed to friends that he was getting into investing and turning his life around after a divorce. Other means of cash flow had also been cut off in recent months. Child support payments from Jack and Lily's biological father had stopped after he lost his job. Malaya's monthly Canada child benefit check or baby bonus, which under federal guidelines would be about $1,900 per month. Wow. Was halted because Daniel hadn't filed his taxes, which were due April 30th. I didn't know they did that. The struggles didn't end there. Malaya described Daniel as controlling. She said that she had wanted out, writing in a message to Belinda on June 15th that I never wanted to stay here. Belinda wrote back saying she wished Malaya would have reached out. We would have done what we could to help. See, I have issues with that, and here's why. You have a phone, you have email, you have texting, you have this, you have that. And I'm not saying it's that easy all the time, but why is this now coming out that this is that you wanted out and you never wanted to live there? But at one point you're saying that you're happiest you've ever been, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Why is this just now being stated? You know what I'm saying? Like, why didn't you do something about this before? I mean, unless he was like physically violent, which I don't know. Hey, right. Jimmy, good to see you. And the car belongs to her. You take your kids and you leave. Unless he's violent and you wouldn't allow that. That's what I'm saying. I understand that. Sometimes it's not that easy, but you get your dad over there and other people over there. He's not a big guy. You get yourself out of that situation before you get to this point. Are you interested in joining us, Kent? That's what my issue is too, SRB, at this point, because so many things have changed. Yeah. So many things in the stories have changed and other people, and it's like, I don't know. After the children's disappearance, Malaya also confided in her paternal grandmother, Connie Brooks, a member of the Sipakanakatik. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. I don't mean to do it. Katie Flores, welcome. Yeah, if you want to join us, Ken, I'll drop the link for you. I'd love to hear from you, sir. When she asked her granddaughter about the drug use in the home, she said Malaya told her that Daniel concealed a drug addiction for nearly the first year of their relationship. Daniel did not respond to questions about these allegations, but he has insisted in interviews with the Globe that he's never struggled with drugs and does not have a drug problem. Okay, here, buddy, I'll give you a link real quick. All you got to do is click on this link, Kent, down here in the bottom of the chat. Right there, sir. Click that and hop on up here with us. He said recently he started attending Narcotics Anonymous 3 times a week and is taking online courses in anger management, depression, parenting, child protection, substance abuse, suicide, and hold on 1 minute here. Can you hear me, Kent?
Yep.
All right. That was quick. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good to talk to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a little bit easier to do this than typing 100 miles.
Yep.
So let's see here, real quick to end this here. The substance abuse, suicide, violent behavior that are recognized by child protection officials. I have to clear my name. Okay, so and that is Malaya's father and her grandmother, I believe, right there.
Yeah, on the Brook side.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So what are your thoughts on this, Kent? And like, what all? I know you live in Pictou County, correct?
Yes, I live in Pictou, which is about a 25-minute drive away from Daniels and Nurse.
Gotcha. Which is
Never knew them before the kids went missing.
right.
I got involved in this when the kids went missing and found Sunny and Sunny's channel, and
Yeah.
I didn't
Right.
want to go up there for a week or two, and then finally she wanted to know sort of like the lay of the land questions.
That's where we're
Where
gonna
we're
go.
gonna go.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I can tell you pretty much the lay of the land because like Pictou County is pretty much all the same. I live in the western part of the county,
Okay.
and this is over more towards the southeast. It's basically where they're at is on the base of a mountain, heading if you're traveling from New Glasgow to Truro on the 104 Trans-Canada Highway. They're basically the last main community right off the highway before you start just going over the mountain.
Gotcha. So, knowing what you know about the terrain, Kent, and the area there, and being how secluded everything is, what are your thoughts as far as everybody thinking that a lot of people thinking these kids walked out the door and just walked off into the woods?
No,
That's
no,
that's what I thought.
no. Like I say, they might have got a little bit further than where their forts were.
Right.
From everything that we know, like Jackie, or they call him Jackie Boy.
Right.
Janie told us that if they were going even like through the woods, there's old paths and wood roads and stuff, and there would be sometimes that they'd be going for a walk, and Jack would just be stubborn, wouldn't want to walk no more, and she'd have to pick him up and carry him, or else he would stay there until they come back, because he wasn't going no further.
Yeah, because
And
the terrain is rough, folks, for an adult, let alone a child with little legs, you know?
Yes, the woods there, like they're surrounded by woods. Fiona had just come through the county in 2022, and the deadfall and everything, like you say, these searchers, when they did these searchers were basically, if you put your arm out to the side, the next searcher, they could pretty near touch hands. And that's how they walked through and done the grid search of the woods.
That's how you do it, right? I did
right.
Yes, sir.
And they were having to climb under and over trees.
Yep.
Now, yes, the two little children, it'd be easier for them to climb under. And Jack would love the bugs, but Lily hated bugs.
Of course.
But she did them with Jack, but because she wanted to be the big sister, right? But
yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, no, and like I say, my own beliefs, I believe there's only two options. What happened, and two results. One, hopefully, the best case scenario for them to still be alive is that Malaya wanted out of there for some reason, and she sent them away. However, and I don't think they're being hidden. I wouldn't say that they're being hidden on a reserve anywheres, because I don't think the reserve would want to take culpability and liability.
Thank you.
So I don't believe that part of it. But if we want to hope that they're going to come back to us alive, then we have hope in that story. And then if that's not the case, and the worst case is that they're no longer with us,
of course,
then I think it would have had to have been accidental
Yeah.
and cover up, because I don't think either one of these parents would be able to do this with intent,
Gotcha.
right?
Right.
Like,
That makes sense. It does make sense.
so I would say that it would have had to have been some type of an accident.
So, and that's been brought up a lot, Kent. I've seen it on different channels and stuff where people are saying, could they, there's talk of drugs. Okay. And I don't know. But there's a lot of it with things possibly being in the trailer that the kids could have gotten into, and something bad happened, sadly.
Yeah. We never know that, right? They're denying drugs, but one part of the family saying there is drugs, the other part saying that there's not, right?
That's right.
Until the RCMP come out with the details, like I say, I don't know if we'll. And the other thing that I believe is if they're no longer with us, then I have to believe that they're outside of the current search area.
Definitely. And that's
Like
Eddie. Yeah. Eddie made a good point. But here's the thing, Eddie, they were always together. And I know, Kent, you can verify this because you've been on these other shows and talked with others with this too. They were always together. One was not without the other. So if it was an accidental, they got into something accidentally. If one did it, the other one probably did it too. Okay.
Yeah, like I'm thinking, like, because like the reason what makes me think something like that is if you go back to watch Daniel's very first interview on TV,
yeah,
he said that they were more than brother and sister. They were like best friends.
yes, that's what I was
So if Lilly got something that looked like candy,
yep,
she would automatically want to share with Jack.
Yep.
And I think the other way around.
That's kind of what my thought was. If it looked like candy, and that's always scared me with kids because a lot of these things do look like candy,
Yeah. And it don't take much for kids that size,
no,
like of some of these substances to.
right.
And I've learned just since I've been doing my pharmacy tech training, there are some really pretty, sparkly
Oh yeah,
pills
yes.
that I can see attracting kids. It's wild.
As a first responder, I've sadly responded to many accidental overdose with children because it's there, and a lot of parents don't keep those things up. If they're doing something the night before and they leave something sit somewhere where a child can grab it, they go to bed, that child's up before them. That's why I was always up with my children before they could get up and get in any, keep things up and out of the way. Who knows? You don't know what happens or could have happened. That's the sad part.
Yeah, because some of this stuff you don't even have to ingest.
Right. You can touch it. Right.
Yeah.
One thought I had, and Dago, you'd be able to answer this.
Mm-hmm.
I know they had a wood burning stove.
Yes.
So if it was like a carbon monoxide, dioxide, whatever it is, Malaya and Daniel would have been affected too,
well,
right?
I think the baby would have been affected mostly before anybody. Okay, and if the baby was okay, because the baby's lungs are smaller than anybody's,
right?
And so the baby would have went down before anybody, and then the two smaller ones, and then the adults. So
and their rooms are only like, because the way the trailer's laid out, the very far end of the trailer, if you look in the photos, the far end of the trailer is the master bedroom. That's where Daniel, Malaya, and Meadow would have been. But just right next door, just before you get there, so it's only 2 feet closer, is the kids' bedroom. They slept in the same bedroom.
Right.
Like the big thing that I can't understand, and everybody says, well, why is it going on this long? And I don't know why it's going on this long, but what I don't understand is, like, in all of the other channels that I've been on and whatever, any of the mothers that have been in the chat rooms, they all say, well, if my kids were missing, you wouldn't be able to get me to leave the property.
Agreed.
And if I did have to leave the property, I'd be back there every day searching.
Yes.
Or whatever. And I said, well, you don't even have to return. But you would think that you would be pleading for the return
Yes.
if it's in a case where they're gone away, like given away or whatever. And if you believe that they're no longer with us, you'd be pleading for them to be found to pay the proper burial respects to them.
Yes, unless you knew something. You know what I mean?
Well, unless you, but even so, like you would have to know the end result
Yes.
in order not to be doing that. But even if you know the end result, like being indigenous, like the indigenous are far more around ceremonies for burials and stuff than the white
Yeah.
people are.
Yes, agreed.
So you would think that they would want the bodies back. So you think they're pleading for them to be found.
Mm-hmm.
But Malay has been pretty quiet. She talked to Sonny once, but it was a little bit of timeline stuff, and then that's it.
And how did that interaction with Sunny go? I didn't get to see that one or hear that, but was it? How did Sunny feel about the interaction?
Well, it was like it was a night during the live. Myself and Belinda was on the live with Sunny,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden Malaya answered the text.
Mm-hmm.
So Sunny's in the background texting back and forth with Malaya.
Right.
And me and Belinda's on her live, taking over the live, because when you got her talking, you got to keep her talking. So she talked, and the next live we went over what she had said.
Right.
And like she gave us her Google Map things of where they were the day before.
Mm-hmm.
And because we were trying to nail down somewhat of a timeline, and I was asking questions to Daniel himself, and he was answering some questions. So we were just trying to put stuff together. But then after that communication, and that's probably been 3 weeks from now, probably 3 weeks ago that happened. So like it was 6 or 7 weeks in before any communication with anything.
Right.
And then the next day, Sunny messaged her back a few more points to question, and she blocked her. So she didn't want to answer anything else. So like,
and that
I just don't understand that part of it. And I know, like, another thing that the way that it got out of hand so quick is, and it don't matter which way the scenario happened or what happened, but I don't think Malaya or anybody else thought they would have got the response to the situation that they got.
Yes.
But what happened is that the ground search and rescue teams, the dive teams, the dogs, the drones, and the helicopters were already in the county from Tuesday
looking for that.
Because there was a missing kayaker.
Yes.
Which is about 15 or 20 minutes away from where Daniel and them live. East, for a little bit further east on the next big lake.
Right, so because typically they wouldn't respond so quickly in a situation because of how rural it is. So yeah, right.
Exactly. Like in my mind, like, okay, the Pictou County Ground Search and Rescue Team. Just hold on a second. What?
Take your time.
Yeah. So like the Pictou County Ground Search and Rescue Team might have been there that quick. But for all the other teams and stuff to gather up and travel to the county and whatnot, like it probably would have been Saturday afternoon.
Right.
Like by the time they got organized and got to the county.
Exactly.
But because they had already found the kayak of the missing kayaker, and they were just down to the last piece of the last end of the lake. They had searched the rest of it. Mm-hmm. The moment that the call came in for the missing kids, they took one of the three helicopters, and the dogs, because the dogs were done searching that morning, and the drone guys, well, they came in and they wrapped up, and they took the ground search and rescuers, and they were out to the kids search by 1 o'clock, between 12 and 1. They had boots on the ground and ready to go. Right? Where it might have been another full 24 hours. So, like, there was no way that these kids only had a 2-hour head start ahead of the searchers from being last seen stated at 8 a.m. and the 911 call going in at 10, and then everybody getting there for the searching. Like, there was no way that the kids, like, I think if the kids would have been in the woods, they had already searched like double of what they would have been able to get ahead of them in the time that they had.
And there was only
the dive teams and the other two helicopters stayed on site of the kayaker search, and they found him about 4 p.m. So then the next morning, they were able to have the 3 helicopters, the 6 or 7 drones, there was 8 dogs, and now they're saying, and there's no confirmation of this, but they're saying that the RCMP tracking dogs all have some training in cadaver. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what people are saying. But the only reason, and like, we don't know, the RCMP haven't stated whether they have or haven't used cadaver dogs.
Right.
Anytime they were ever asked that in a public statement, they always just said, no, we haven't yet, but it could be a next step. But if you're looking for a specifically cadaver dog, well, I don't care if there's only one in each province.
Right.
Like you said earlier, they would bring from there's 11 units of the RCMP working on this case, including from New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Ontario.
Gotcha.
Right? So they would bring a dog from another area but the thing is to bring in a cadaver dog, you have to have an idea where to search.
Yeah.
For death, right? That's what they smell. They smell the death.
Yeah, that's how it worked with us when we would bring them in for when we were doing search and rescue on this and that. We had to have like a cordoned area where we would start with, where they believed you would look. And
so the only thing that they could do would be to search the property, and you're not guaranteed to pick up a cadaver scent.
Right.
So then if you don't, did you waste time bringing in a cadaver dog? Unless you get an area directed for the cadaver dogs to go to. Like I always say, and I always pointed out to people, well, I don't think they bring in an actual cadaver dog because they must have evidence leading them to something else.
That's what I've been saying too, Kent, is that I think that if they feel like they're not deceased, that there's another situation going on, they're not going to bring in a cadaver dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then the response to everybody, well, they already said they were dead. No, they didn't. And when they did that press conference to call off the search, they said the unlikelihood of the children to be able to be alive at this moment, if they were still in the woods, is unlikely.
Yes, sir.
But if they're not in the woods, which nobody believes that they wandered off into the woods now.
No.
Like, nobody believes it. Like, by the time, like, Friday, it was foggy and cold Friday morning. It was 3 degrees that morning. And it was foggy. It wasn't pouring down rain. But as far as we know, these kids don't have coats on.
Right.
They do have clothes, according to Daniel. I don't know if you've seen, but last week in my questions asking Daniel, apparently the night before, They went to bed in their clothes.
Gotcha.
And then my next question after that happened, I said, well, is that a common occurrence or is this a first time thing? And he said, well, no. He said they have slept in their clothes before, depending on if we were away and they come home and they were already sleeping or whatever. So he said it's not an every night thing, but right.
Well, yeah. So hearing that kind of stuff too, with what you know, Kent, and what you've heard here and on different places and over at Sunny's and stuff like that, in the conversations you've had and listened to with Daniel and Malaya, what do you first off, you notice that the stories have changed many times on both sides, okay?
Plenty. There's all kinds of lies from everybody. Yep.
Yeah, and there's
I won't deny that.
So many people that got involved in this, cousins and sisters and relatives and this and that, and that one guy, Durwood or whatever his name is. What are your thoughts on Durwood first and foremost before we go forward?
Well, like I say, that's if you want to believe and you want the kids to come back to us alive.
Yeah.
That's the sort of type of scenario.
Yes.
That you have to have a little bit of faith in. Do I believe 100% what Darren said? No. I'm probably 60 and hoping for 80.
Right.
But
agreed.
From the beginning, when it happened, until the point when Darren came out and spoke of his information, my scenario was an accident and a cover-up for the self-preservation of the rest of the family.
There you go. Good point.
Because they both have to have the knowledge.
Yes.
Because they're both each other's alibis. Like they were both to be in bed that morning together. And like we're learning like that they went outside. Like the last Daniel, and now while he's saying Malaya must have seen Lilly too, because she was supposed to have poked her head into the bedroom twice between 8 and 8:30.
Right.
They both say they heard Jack out in the kitchen sometime between 8:30. While Malaya says 9:40, Daniel says 9:35. Daniel was supposed to have been sleeping. Malaya was supposed to have been sleeping. She woke up at that 9:35, 9:40. Everything was quiet. Woke Daniel up, said, I don't hear the kids. They went searching. They went in the trailer, then they went outside. Daniel started hollering for his kids, for the kids' names. Janie heard him, woke up. That's when she was supposed to come out of the trailer and find Malaya standing there with Meadow. Daniel had ran up to the side yard to check the kids' forts.
Right.
And stuff. 30 seconds later, he comes back down. Janie was said to Meadow or to Malaya, what's going on? And she said, the kids are missing. And she said, how long? She said, 20 minutes. They ran in the woods. So then Daniel started in the woods, started searching, and she called 911 at 10:01.
Right. And in 20 minutes, I know you can agree, because that, like I said, with the search and rescues that I've been on, okay, for two small children in a rural area that's all wooded like that, and the terrain the way it is, to get far enough away in a 20-minute period of time to where they're not found ever makes no sense. Okay. You couldn't convince me that that's possible unless somebody either grabbed them, they went the other direction towards the road and somebody grabbed them, or it just doesn't make sense that they could have gotten that far in 20 minutes to get outside that search area to where they're not being able to be found. That's why I never believed that they went in the woods.
But even I think, Dago, even if you give them the grace of 9:30,
sure,
or 8:30 from the last point that they were seen was 8:30, like to 10 o'clock. That's an hour and a half. I don't even think they could wander into the woods far enough that they wouldn't have a trace or scent. like if they walked into the woods, wandered, because that's what we were told,
Right.
the tracking dogs
Would have picked it up. Yes.
would have picked up a scent.
And the only scent, correct me if I'm wrong, Kent, the only scent that they had was to the end of the driveway, and then it stopped, right?
Was on the end of the driveway. And the only reason why I say that the dogs picked it up on the driveway is because it was wet all week. And I know that I've learned now that water doesn't deteriorate it 100%.
Right.
But the other thing that I state to counteract that is, while that path is walked every day, twice a day by them
It's a
when they're
strong,
going to school.
yes. That's why
Right?
they probably picked it up, right?
So that's why they would still be able to pick it up, because they never stated that they picked up their scent in the dooryard,
That's right. That's
like
right.
on the grass and whatnot.
And they play
But
out
see,
there.
their driveway is what, well, the locals call it crusher dust gravel.
Yeah.
So it's got fine rocks, but it's also got like sands and packs. So it packs hard. So it's not pavement, but it's hard like pavement.
Hard gravel. Yeah. Hard pack
Yeah.
gravel.
Right. So it kept the scent longer. And when the dogs came, the dog picked up the scent to the end of the driveway. Now, is that the scent from them walking out the driveway that morning? I don't think it has to be.
Probably not. And that's a good
I
point.
think it's more the fact that that path was traveled every day, 5 days a week. And although it wasn't traveled for 3 days that week, because
Right.
Wednesday was a day off, and then Thursday they were called in sick, and then Friday,
So they hadn't been on that driveway possibly till Tuesday night. Other
Tuesday afternoon when the bus dropped them off,
Yep.
would be the last time, like I say, that we know that they walked that path.
Yes. Yep. And that's my issue. And I even thought, could the kids have been put into a vehicle in the driveway, taken out of the driveway and taken somewhere, or like was talked about before, walked down to the end of the driveway and put into a vehicle there and taken off? But there's no way to know that. Okay. So
And that goes back to the footprint.
yes.
The only footprint, because of the type of the surface of the gravel,
Mm-hmm.
was in the little pot, and whether it was a pothole or preparation for a pool or whatever,
Sure.
was where Janie had raked the bank gravel, because it's like muddy bank gravel if you
Yeah.
look behind the RV,
Right.
and that's what she raked into the hole to level up the ground. So, and that was the only place along the driveway where there was and it was only one footprint. Well, don't you think if the kids were walking that there would have been at least a pair of footprints,
Yes.
child size,
That's the only thing. It doesn't make sense to see one footprint. Yes, sir. I agree with
right?
you.
And the same out on the pipeline.
Right.
Like, to go to the pipeline, if you go the roadways to get to where the pipeline is, you're probably traveling 3.5 kilometers. Now, if you're traveling as the crow flies or up the old woods roads and stuff in behind the house,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay, you might get 1.5 kilometers travel distance before you would get to the pipeline area. But it was stated the same way up there, that it was one footprint.
Right.
They're not even saying a footprint now. They're saying that it was a bare footprint,
Let's see. That's strange.
child size.
Very strange. To answer this question, if you could possibly, if you have anything to add to this, Kent, Annie Ruler's asking, why is the report of Malaya on an ATV the night before with the blanket piece not being reported? I guess Gavin Fish had put something about that out, and about the pink blanket thing and all that kind of stuff. Do you have any thoughts on that at all?
Well,
And anything
all I
about her
know
being-
is on the pink blanket is they all state that it wasn't there the morning of.
Right.
It was found Friday afternoon,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't on the ground. It was up in a tree. And if you look at the pictures in Plunder's, and well, Sonny had some too, but I found that the picture that Plunder had out in the because hers came out with the dispatch audio right at the very first,
Right. I remember.
is that pink blanket was probably 3 feet up above road level.
Gotcha.
So from the ground, it was probably 6 or 7 feet.
Uh-huh. Which doesn't make sense, right?
So how did it get up there? The wind, and if you want to say that it was put there the night before, why didn't it? It was only on a little wee speck of a tree,
Right.
and because Friday night it was like halfway hurricane here. It
Sure.
rained, and I mean rained hard Friday night and blew. So it wasn't there, and it wasn't there. People state traveling first thing in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
but yet it was there somehow, and it's only a half of it. The other half was found in the garbage can of the trailer.
Right. Right.
Daniel says he threw it in the garbage 2 weeks before that,
So it's
or
very
a
possible.
week before.
It's very possible that with what you just said about the weather, that the wind could have grabbed that, blew it up into a tree somewhere. It had nothing to do with anything, right?
No,
And
I'm thinking the other way. If it would have been there the night before with all the rain and wind, I think it would have blew out of the tree and been on the ground,
gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
right? Because it rained that hard and blew that hard. Like
And
it would have been soaking wet.
absolutely. That
And
makes
for the little wee twig of the tree that it was on, I never heard of any stories locally of Malaya being on a 4-wheeler. I never heard never heard that rumor at all on
yeah.
any of the channels or
That was new for me too.
Yeah.
I guess the Gavin Fish did it. His report said that her cell data showed her there at that point on ATV, I guess, which was new for me. That's new for me.
Yeah, I like the only confirmed cell report that I believe we had was the one where she sent to Sonny the screenshot of the day before when they went to town, and that's how we found out that she was going, because she stated that she went for blood work. So there's a new clinic next to the Highland Square Mall, so we figured that's where. And then it shows them stopping at the dollar store. And then on the way home, they stopped at a restaurant in Westville called Acropole Pizza.
Right.
And Daniel says they got supper, and they were home at 3:30 or 3:45 on the Thursday. And that's what time. Like, it wasn't a Google Maps, but it was a Google timeline thing or whatever. It showed every points, like where her dad had pinged. So it was one of those that actually mapped out the trip. So that's Sonny had those screenshots from her when she was that time that she did talk to her, and we shared that.
Right. And Alicia says if Daniel put it in the garbage a week before, meaning the blanket, and it was Lily's blanket, is it possible that maybe she got it out of there before they went missing because it was hers and she didn't want to throw? I know kids are like that too.
While the other half was still found in the blanket or in the garbage bag. The garbage bag was ripped.
Okay.
And because when they found the blanket, if you listen again, go back to Plunder's audio tapes, it says that the mother side of the family brought the searchers to the attention of the pink blanket. They sent a picture to Malaya. Malaya confirmed it was Lily's. But they had asked Daniel, and Daniel said no, it wasn't Lily's. But then he changed to after the fact. But he also says now that there was 2 different pink blankets, and because the one that we're talking about was supposed to be used as a covering of a door. I don't know, like, you know how some people, if they got draft at the bottom of the door, and like even though this was May 1st, 2nd time frame, we were still having frost.
Yeah.
Like overnight frost that week. Like the area where they live, and the reason why they don't have great cell coverage is because one minute you're 500 feet in the air, and the next minute you're 700 feet down. Like it's all hills and gullies.
Right.
Right. And that's why going through the woods, that like once they got in so far, like you could be coming up to and climbing over a tree. And when you climbed over that tree, if you didn't watch your step, you could be going off a 10 or a 20-foot cliff.
Yeah. It's
Like,
very, very bad terrain in that area. Very bad.
Yeah.
And very, very rural. Very rural.
Yes.
So my issue, and I think a lot of people's are, I don't know, I'm asking your thoughts on this, is I don't mean this in a mean way. It's just because of changing stories and the way that Malaya's interview went and certain things that we've seen and heard. I personally, at this point, I don't trust either one, Daniel or Malaya, with what their stories have been at all. But it's hard to believe that they're both. You would have to think, like what you had said earlier, that they would both be involved if there was involvement. But at the same time, it's hard to believe that they are because of the separation between them. Because typically, if somebody does something like this and they're both involved in a situation, they're going to stick together to keep their story right. You know what I mean? And
you would think.
Right. That's what has me like kind of confused. So if there's an involvement, I do not, I must say this first. I do not believe those kids went into the woods. I do not believe that they walked off at this point. There's stories out there that are rumors that they were sold for whatever, that they were, like you said earlier, that maybe she was trying to get out of there and handed the kids off to somebody else and didn't get a chance to go because Janie caught her, whatever it was. Okay. There's many, many stories. At this point, though, this far into this, it's been quite a while. There's been nothing stated that we've seen from RCMP. First off, do you trust RCMP? I mean, you're living in this area. You know how things work. Do you feel that they do a good job with these types of cases, Kent?
I do have faith in them.
Gotcha.
I might be naive in thinking that, but I do know them. The other thing is if you go back to look at that press conference, when they were calling off the search, you could hear both the leader of the major crime unit and the regular RCMP officer choking up because it was hitting them like they have kids of their own.
Mm-hmm.
And it was hitting like that is sincerity.
I can agree.
The problem, I think, and it's not necessarily a problem with the RCMP, it seems to be more of a problem with our country, is like for this drug stuff that's going on and the break and enter theft, like the minor thefts and whatnot, because of the drug issues.
Right.
It seems like they slap them on the wrist and they let them back out, and 2 months later they're back at it again.
Yeah, oh yeah, that goes on here too, believe it or not.
Right.
Yes,
and it's the same goddamn people. So if you put them in the system, they might learn a lesson. But when they come out with orders and conditions, and like they just keep I say they keep themselves out of trouble for a couple months, and then they're back right at it again because of the laws aren't severe enough to. They only enforce the laws as they're made and written, right?
That's a fact. And like with the drug stuff, they have too many of these, I call them second chance programs, where they put them in drug court and they do this and you go do this and go do that and so on and so forth. And then 3 months later, they're right back at it again, you know? And it's like, we've seen a lot of that in the Idaho 4 case too, in my opinion. I agree with you. Like there needs to be a harsher, a slam down on this. And maybe they'll teach a lesson, but they don't seem to be doing that. So that is
like
problem.
Marijuana is legal in our country, but on these other drugs, crack, cocaine, meth, fentanyl, why do you get multiple chances? As far as I'm concerned, never did it, never do. But I think the first time you should be put in to something that is going to help, because an addiction is a disease. and you should be put somewhere for as long as you need to be. No, don't say, all right, we're going to give you 6 months in a drug treatment facility, because it might, depending on how long you did it, it might take you more than 6 months to wean yourself off of it.
That's right.
But that should be the first response. And then when you go through that and they get you cleaned and they get you out and get you some supports and whatnot, then if you come back the second time for the same type of offenses, well, you should do some time in jail.
I do agree.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying lock everybody up and throw the key away, because you can never afford that either. But like, for these major, and it is major problems within the county.
Yes.
The meth and fentanyl, from what everybody says, is, and then you get into the theft problem, like people just breaking into people's cars on the street and stuff like that.
Right.
You get little crime scenes every 2 or 3 months that all they're doing is, you hear that there was like 25 cars broken into last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't get it again for a few weeks, but then you get another night. Oh, well, now there's 10 cars broken into another community, or backyard shed, or whatever, right?
Absolutely. It happens all the time
So,
here
like,
too.
it's the same as anything else, in my opinion. The RCMP takes the blame for that,
Right.
because they're the ones that are enforcing the law.
But the judicial system's not doing their job in that aspect.
But yeah, it's the system that is allowing them or telling them that they have to do things that way.
Right. Right. I got you. Makes sense.
Right?
Absolutely. What are you heard that new tip that we heard from the one neighbor about, hearing the car back and forth? Do you have any thoughts on that by any means?
Well, we had a big discussion on that on Sonny's channel.
Okay.
Like I say, we are hearing now, because at first we didn't know if it was the same neighbor or not.
Right.
But now we're hearing that it is. But the thing that I question of that is what a little bit of what you said is, how come he waited till the 8th to report that tip?
Yep.
But without the credibility of putting your name to the something, because I take it the Globe and Mail, they don't want to release their names of everybody that's giving them this information.
Right.
But without revealing your source, if I would have been the Globe and Mail, my next question to that person would have been, well, what were you doing to your car?
Of course. Why are you out there in the middle of the night? Yeah, you know what I mean?
That's right. Like, why are you out between 12 and 5 a.m. working on your car? Because I'm a person that works on cars, but we do it during the daytime, and we have to have as much light as possible on almost anything you're doing.
Sure.
So therefore you would have to have lights in the air, and
I also believe that's the same neighbor that tried to claim that they had some big blowout party that night before, and that was proven to be not true too. So I
can't say if it's that neighbor, but I can say we're being told it's the same neighbor. If you remember, Daniel made the statement early on that the neighbor is trying to, which would entail it being that neighbor. But when he made the statement that the neighbor's just trying to take the heat off themselves or whatever, he made that statement.
I do remember.
Because of him making about the statement about the party.
Yeah.
So, like, the only thing that I can logically connect with this guy is maybe that they're somebody works shift work, and they would have just get home, and they might have had to change their tires, and if they do it themselves, they would have been on another set of rims, So I can see him being out there to change his tires on that night because locally studs have to be off by May 1st if you got studded tires.
Right. For wintertime. Yes, exactly.
Right. But it's not going to take you 5 hours to change
No.
tires.
Agreed.
So what was it you were doing to your car that you were out there between 12 and 5 and you heard this car come and go 3 times, which was 6 trips?
Yeah. Right. That's interesting. It is interesting. Most definitely.
And then being a standard car, well, that automatically leads you back to an older vehicle, because these days you would have to order a standard. Like, there's not, like, if you don't buy a Civic or something like that, I don't know if you could go into a car lot and buy a standard shift transmission.
Right.
Right? Like, there's very few car makers that are making standards to sell right off the lot, especially in the brand new ones.
Yeah, they don't do it anymore.
Right? Because a lot of them are CVT transmissions and they can do their electrical shift. So you can do either way. You can put them in the automatic mode or you can do them in manual shift.
Exactly.
So it's just crazy. We don't have enough truthful and honest information to make a timeline.
Right.
And when you were making a statement a few minutes ago about them both being involved, I don't know about involvement in whatever happened, but they both have to have knowledge.
That's what I mean. Yes, sir.
Of what happened, right? Like, you got to watch it using your words around these things, because if you're saying involvement, then you're implying something, right?
Yeah, no, I meant both. What I would mean, let me rephrase it. Would have to have knowledge is what I was meaning. So yes,
exactly. And why can't they speak?
That's
knowledge.
Right. That's a good point. And in the beginning, I thought if they both have knowledge of what happened that night, at that point, Daniel seems as though he was protecting Malaya still, if that was the case, because he wanted her back in his life. At this point, I think he realizes it's not happening. I think he may have some anger towards her with the situation now. So therefore, in turn, he's not going to protect her if he has knowledge of something she would have done. And then vice versa. If she has knowledge of something he did, she's not going to protect him at this point either. So unless they both have knowledge together of a situation that may have been covered up or whatever may have happened, that in turn, you're going to have to protect each other to keep it from both of you getting in trouble, in my opinion.
But if it was say, and I'm in my speculation, say if it was the accidental, and the cover up to preserve the rest of the family,
right?
Once, and if the reason why is because she wanted out of there. Why on that Monday or Tuesday when she retained counsel, got the lawyer, why didn't they come out and say, listen, this is what happened. I wanted out of there. Like, whatever the scenario was, why
should have been over.
Why is it going on now? Like, we're into 103 or 104 days.
Right.
Like,
yeah, it should have ended that following Monday. I agree with you if that was the whole scenario. And at this point, we're months into this, nothing's changed, and nobody's saying a word, and that's where my problem lies. And that tells me something's not right. There's a few theories that they were sold, that something very bad happened to them, and there was a cover.
I don't believe the sold aspect, because she has no money.
Right.
They'd be able to track that, because she's not going to keep that much money on her in cash.
And it would be known. I think they would look into financial records, and that would all be out there.
Because that's looking into the financial records is how I believe led them to the CCTV, like the CC video footage, because they were able to see transactions at the dollar store and the medical clinic.
Yeah.
So then they went looking to those places for CCTV footage or like video footage.
Right.
And that's how they narrowed it down. Because you remember for that first week or so, we were dealing with from Tuesday afternoon at 2:30 to Friday morning as a possible timeline when things happened.
Oh, of course. Yes.
Right? Until it was like a full week or maybe even into the second week when we finally got the update and they said they were seen as a family, or the kids were seen with family members
Mm-hmm.
in the town of Glasgow on Thursday afternoon, approximately 3:30. And so then that narrowed down the timeline from 3:30 Thursday to 10 a.m. Friday. So we've got 18 hours is what we have to explain because we know what happened after 10:01 on Friday.
Absolutely.
But one thing that, and I said this from the probably week 2, there's a couple pieces of information that I myself wish we had access to.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing everything else, I wish we were having the audio of the 911 call.
Oh yeah, definitely. The true audio,
Right.
right.
Was she hysterical when she was calling in?
Yeah.
Or did she call in and say, "Oh, my kids are lost in the woods"?
And see, that's a good point, Kent, because her interview is what made me immediately look at her funny. Okay.
Yeah.
That interview, and I think you might have been here for that when I talked about it. That interview. I'm still just like,
yeah, there's something off with it.
This isn't right. Okay. It's just way off and way, as a mother of 3 children, talking about 2 of them going missing. She was so calm and so like, I don't want to say relaxed, but it was almost like she was reading a story. Okay.
Yeah.
That was very strange to me. And then to hear that and I wondered this is why I wondered this too. In the middle of the press conference, when she said she wasn't feeling good and had to go to the ambulance, she was crying hysterically at that point and freaking out. Is that because of something Okay. Is it because of that and you're finally, it's coming back and it's hitting you? Is it because
But that was the next day.
Yeah, the next day is what I'm saying.
That interview, her interview, I suspect, was recorded the first day, that afternoon. I suspect. I don't have confirmation for that, but I would suspect. Same as Daniel's first interview. It was the Saturday afternoon briefing search at 4 p.m. that Malaya left the briefing search with a panic attack, went into the ambulance with her mother. And whatever was happened or said in that ambulance, her and her mother got out of the ambulance, jumped in the car, and took off with the baby.
And that was it. She never went back, right?
Now, the other thing is, and you probably heard this name, the great-grandmother, Patty, where they were doing laundry on the Wednesday night before this happened, she stayed at the trailer Friday night.
Oh, okay.
Right? She was staying at the trailer Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
She made the statement that she wasn't leaving that trailer until her grandkids, she called them, but really great-grandkids,
right,
were found. But when Cindy and Malaya took off, Cindy then called back to the trailer and told Patty, "You're leaving there, and I'm sending somebody to come and get you." And she was stating, she said, "No, I'm staying until they find the kids." And she said, and Cindy was supposed to have said, now, like I say, we're hearing this all from secondhand hearsay, but within 10 minutes, Malaya's sister and her boyfriend showed back up to the trailer. went in and got Patty and said, "Come on, you're coming out with us." Basically forced her without carrying her, like without grabbing her. Like, I don't think it was that forceful.
Right,
But
right.
Cindy had called and said, "You're getting out of there. We left. You're getting out of there. And I'm sending somebody for you."
So do you think, and I've always had issues with Cindy, just
I
not
don't have a
knowing,
clue.
do you think that she may know something possibly? I've wondered myself.
I think Malaya, I would think, and don't get me wrong when I say this, in a normal situation, I think Malaya would have confided to her
Yes.
or in her of whatever happened in that time that she was at Cindy's house under the CPS order.
Right.
But see, that's what happened is, like, and I don't know if you, like when Darren was speaking, when he first told us how this happened, what he had said, he said that he was at a family meeting at Patty's house.
Right. I remember that.
Right. And he had dropped the name because he believed that somebody was eavesdropping, which he wanted them to. And so he dropped a couple names. And then when he left Patty's to come back home, he never got a half an hour away. And Cindy had called him and said Malaya had taken off from her place and went to the reserve in Shubenacadie. And then that was on a Thursday. And then that next Friday, the next day on the Friday, that's when CPS was supposed to have taken in Meadow into custody.
Right. And I was going to say, she doesn't have the baby now. They have the baby, right?
Yeah, as far as everybody knows, CPS has got it, and they both have their supervised visits.
Interesting.
Right? So, like, why would somebody be so forceful to get the great-grandmother out of there?
Right.
Like, not saying that I'm not saying there was any involvement there. I'm just saying it comes back to knowledge again.
Makes you question it, right?
That she'd had to know something, which Malaya had probably said when she was in the ambulance to send back her sister and sister's boyfriend to pick up the great-grandmother.
Right, exactly. It makes sense. Wow.
Like, it's just weird. Like, all around, it's just weird because we're not getting enough truthful information and we're not getting enough direct information from the RCMP. Like, the last time the RCMP has given an update now has been July the 18th.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And SRB just said, it sounds to me like maybe Malaya could be like quietly helping RCMP because she might have some information. So, and that's a grand possibility.
But I don't believe so. Like, if she was telling, because even without evidence, if she had, because she's the co-parent or couple, or like if she was testifying and saying stuff that Daniel did this or Daniel did that, like in Canada, like I know the US, they usually try to have the remains before they do anything. While we don't, in Canada, we don't have to. If they have enough evidence to lead them to that situation, they'll make the arrest. And they'll hope before they get through the process of the courts, because that's going to take so long as well, that they'll end up finding the bodies. So, like, because I don't know if you remember, but just when this was started going on, there was a case in Cape Breton that had just started to work its way through the courts, where 3 people were charged, or 2 people were charged with murder and 1 with manslaughter, but they hadn't found the body yet. But since that person was missing, his father was out there searching every day.
Right.
And like the week before they were supposed to have their first court appearances, the father ended up finding the remains of his son in the woods. On one of the, him and his brother or whatever was out searching, and they were driving up the road on the 4-wheeler out in the back country of Cape Breton, and they came along. They seen a flip flop, and they said, "Oh, we better stop here."
Wow.
And they stopped, and they get off, and they walked about 20 feet in the woods, and they found the remains of his son.
Mm-hmm.
That's wow. That's sad.
But he was out there searching, and like he put it all out on Facebook. When he was out on the videos, he'd be on Facebook saying, "Oh, I'm going to search this." Like Justin McDonald was the victim's name, and so now they've actually charged a fourth person for involvement with the crime because they must have found other stuff or other DNA or whatever with the body. And like, that's what they're doing with that blanket. I would think, like, that's the first thing that came to my mind is, okay, they know they have 5 DNA samples within the house. You can pretty much be assured there's probably 4 of them on it. Just hold on a second, Dago, and if I lose you, I will pop back up, but I got to answer this call.
Right. Well, I appreciate I appreciate your input, Ken. I really do. And I one other thing I want to say is I appreciate how involved you've been in the care that you've had for this. You know, missing children is a bad thing. It's a huge thing, and there's a lot of these cases that we've covered. But I appreciate your heart, putting your heart into this and caring enough about this to want to know answers too. You know what I mean? That's an amazing thing, sir. And I appreciate your
Yeah, I'm back there now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So you didn't hear what I was saying. I didn't hear what you said, but I do appreciate you coming up here with us today. I'm gonna have to move on to another segment here, and but I'm really, really happy for your input and your thoughts, your feelings on this. And again, like I was saying, you didn't get to hear me. I appreciate your you putting your heart into this and caring enough to want to know the answers to this and to help put the information out there so that we can try to find some answers to this. And hopefully maybe we'll be able to bring these kids home alive, happy, and healthy. That would be good, you know?
Yes. And I don't know if you have any Nova Scotia listeners or subscribers, but we do have lawn signs that we get printed up. They're 2 feet by 2 feet. Our first run, we have somebody that's going to be delivering them. So we got a first run going to the city in Halifax tomorrow.
Okay.
So if there's anybody that wants to buy a lawn sign for $20, you can just contact me through Facebook, Kent Corbett, and we can get them a lawn sign because we got to spread the awareness here and get these faces kept out there.
And I thank you for everything you're doing with this, Kent. Seriously, it's a big help. I don't know about anybody from Nova Scotia. We do have some Canadian viewers here for sure. And if you guys heard what he said, let us know. If you need to go through me, I can get a hold of him that way too, and we can get that rolling for you guys for sure. But again, Kent, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate your input. And please, if you know anything, keep me informed of things that I don't obviously know that you might, and vice versa.
Yeah, definitely will. I'll keep you up to date.
All right, Ken, I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ken.
Thanks for joining us today in chat and here. I appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon, sir.
No problem.
Okay, bye-bye. Well, that was good to have that input. Very much appreciated, Kent. And like I said, he's been involved from day one with this, guys, and that means a lot. It's hard. It's hard to cover these cases sometimes, especially in other countries and places like that where they don't put out a lot of information. So it's nice to have, another bit of a firsthand, thoughts and looks to this. So very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Real quick, I was going to go to something else, but we have breaking right now. There was a massive explosion in I think it's Clayton, Pennsylvania, Clairton, PA, in Allegheny County at a steel mill.
It was like 15 batteries, somebody said, exploded.
Yeah, it's crazy, folks. Thank you again, Kent, so very much, my friend. So we have this here. Hang on, I got more. It's a very big mill. Um, we have a lot of these around here, actually. Most of them they're all shut down, actually, at this point. Hang on a minute here.
I was gonna say they should be like evacuating people within.
Yeah, and this isn't far from me. Allegheny County is not too far off. A couple hour drive. Hold on a minute here.
Oh, Christie's about half hour from the steel mill.
I knew she was kind of close.
Rose said Coke Works building.
Yeah, it's what they use to cure the steel and stuff. And we've had a couple of these happen at our mills here, and they're very dangerous. A lot of people get hurt, sadly. 1 minute, guys. I'm trying to pull up the other live feed on this. I guess I can go with this one here. Nope. Back this up here. Then we'll jump to the other one after we look into this a little bit here, because this is it's pretty serious from my understanding.
There's an Allegheny County police scanner. I don't know if that's going to help us at all. I'll put it on, though. Yeah, I think they went to a tactical channel, as I Heart Jerome said. I think earlier they might have been just doing everything or doing more on the public channel. When I checked before, there was more chatter. There was one scanner, actually, that the Allegheny County fire scanner originally had way more people listening to it. My guess is maybe they went to a tactical channel. That's what would normally happen. I don't know what caused this, and I don't know, are there other fatalities we haven't heard about? I hope not, but I just don't know at this point. Seems like a very serious incident. According to, hold on a second.
23. Copy me. Negative, good. All units inside to the trailer plant here. Start canvassing everything.
They're saying the trailer plant? Is there a trailer? I don't know what they're talking about.
80K from 19. Good. Hey, we're in the riverbank, like halfway down, so we're working our way back up to you. Very good, thanks.
There's the river, the Monongahela River, I believe it is.
Monongahela. Oh my God, say it right. Monongahela River, sir. Good Lord. It sits right on the river. A lot of these mills were built on like waterways so that they can like cool and things like that. So yeah, it's the Jesus, now he's got me doing it. Monongahela River, folks. Sorry. And then from one of my what I'm noticing now, and it says it here too. I just saw it in another clip that I was reading. There's one person reported deceased, sadly, and a lot of people that are injured. Hopefully, they're all going to be okay. Yeah, I know we're all fairly close to this. Some of us, I should say. It's about 4 hours from me. No, about 3.5 hours, I think. That's real close to Christie, and I guess Stitches is pretty close to it too. So these mills are dangerous. The coke plants, the blast furnace, all that kind of stuff, they blow. Things happen if you're not careful. And when they do, it causes a very dangerous situation. So very sad. And I have prayers to everybody involved.
According to WPXI, Allegheny Health Network said they're receiving patients from the explosion at several of their hospitals. Again, dozens.
Let's see something here. Hang on. 1 minute, guys. Bear with me. I believe this is the main employment source in this area. 1 second. One second here. Let's see if this gives me. Pittsburgh is running live with this, and so is Philly. Hold on. There we go.
Explosion occurred. We still see water pouring from the sprinkler system, and as we have been able to get in a little closer, tremendous amount of rubble even on the roof of this building. So the explosion driving that rubble up and out of pan back as we go through a smokestack. But crews again remaining on the scene here. We know that 4 helicopters, medical helicopters, were called to this scene. 3 have left the scene, and 1 remains on the ground because there is reportedly someone still inside, at least one person still inside. They're hoping to get out, and they may need to use that medical helicopter to again cruise inside this building, and more as we get it from Sky 4. Shannon.
Yeah, stressing right now that dozens of people have been injured in this explosion at the Clairton Coke Works, the steel operation from U.S. Steel. We know that there is at least one person still trapped in the wreckage, the charred rubble of this explosion inside the steel mill. And rescue crews, those search and rescue crews, doing the delicate operation to try to get that person out and get them to the medical attention that they really need right now. You see all the waiting ambulances. One of those ambulances, we want to know if they're going to be able to take that injured person to the medical helicopter. We are waiting to hear more from the rescue operation. We've got just dozens of doctors and nurses at UPMC and AHN hospitals all over our region who are working really hard right now on dozens of injured workers at multiple hospitals. And we also have individuals right.
Yeah, please, if you live in that area, Stitches is right. Wear some kind of a mask because the stuff that's in the air can be very dangerous, okay?
Yeah.
And you don't want to breathe that in. It can cause a lot, and I mean a lot of lung issues. So please, if Stitches is very right, wear a mask if you have to go out and you're anywhere within, I'm going to say a 10 to 20 mile range of this facility. That's your best bet. Thank you, Stitches. Very good advice.
Now trying to rescue at least one person inside the wreckage of this explosion. And we know that the mayor of Clairton, Senator John Fetterman, just everyday folks who live and work nearby are actively praying for the rescuers and for the people who need to be rescued. So there are something called coke batteries inside this operation right here. Those are where they heat up that coal to make the coke that's used in steel, with this specialty steel that U.S. Steel does produce in the Mon Valley. It's very difficult and time-consuming and complicated to turn those batteries off and eventually turn them back on. It is not the flip of a switch. But conceivably, when we had the fire back in 2018, I believe, Christmas Eve, December 24th, 2018, a terrible fire damaged at least one battery there, and things had to shut down for a while. There were pollution control systems that were damaged back then. But that situation was very bad. But what we were dealing with today seems much more critical. And you see workers there walking across of those bridges that crisscross over the top. Wow, it's just something when you see those folks who, let's try to find those workers again on that bridge there.
And I'll tell you right now, fires that happen, like a coke fire, it's not what you think it is coke-wise, but it's near impossible to put out. You have to smother it with a foam to get it to go out because it burns so hot, and the source, even if the source disappears that's feeding it, it's so hot that it'll melt and burn steel itself. Hence the reason. But just saying, it's very hard to put out. So God bless the first responders and firefighters here. This is James, shut up. This is a very horrible situation, very dangerous for not only the people that are there and involved, the workers, but also the first responders and stuff. So prayers go out to everybody involved in this.
They are. There's folks at work at Clairton Coke Works wearing those orange suits.
Please be careful,
white
Christy, if you do go
hard
out.
hats.
Close your windows if you have any windows
situation
open.
As an explosion has taken place at a steel mill, a U.S. Steel operation. Putting it in perspective right now.
There's not going to be any radiation, okay? I promise you that. That's not there's no radioactive stuff there, but it's the particles that will blow into the air from the explosion. If you don't want to breathe that stuff into your lungs, but no radiation, I wouldn't worry about that. If there was radiation, you wouldn't see these guys running around like this. They'd be wearing tieback suits and radioactive protective gear. So
we know that U.S. Steel has just been purchased by Japan's Nippon Steel, and in a deal that took more than a year to secure, and 2 different presidential administrations and a lot of political wrangling. Here's video back from the previous situation, a breakdown at the Clairton Coke Works, where we have been multiple times. Oh, this is back in June, actually, of this year, when there was a failure.
This place is one of, I think, 3 facilities that are still active in the United States here. Our northeast areas are the big steel mill areas. Here in Ohio, from my understanding, all of ours are gone. They were all sold off to China or Japan. I'm sorry, not China. But this is one of the only still active and running in this area that I know of in the Northeast. And the Coke plant itself is very, very much a necessity to run this facility, period. So
tell you about this. The Allegheny County Health Department back in June, just a couple months ago, reported elevated sulfur levels in coke oven gas while repairs took place within a control room. That was back on June 2nd of this year. You're seeing video from that time. The Allegheny County Health Department's Liberty Monitor measured a significant spike of hydrogen sulfide and sulfur dioxide during that breakdown. So they had some problems, serious problems. Back in June. And this is a video from today. Again, that particular in June just happened a couple of months ago. Our reporter Yasmin Rodriguez heard from a construction worker who was right next to the Coke Works at the time. He was on scaffolding, working on a building, doing some exterior work when that explosion hit. And here's her interview with that construction worker.
Tell me what time it happened, what you felt, what was going on.
Oh, I would guess it was probably about 40 minutes ago. Time has flown by. Felt like thunder, but it literally we're on scaffold. Shook the scaffold, shook my chest, and shook the building. And then we saw the dark smoke coming up from the steel mill.
Did you realize it was the steel mill at that time? Put 2 and 2 together,
and it's like something bad happened.
And in that moment, did you realize it was the steel mill?
Yeah, you could see it from 837 on the road.
Kind of explain to me what that looks like, that black smoke, and did you see the fire actually billowing?
I did not see any fire. I couldn't see the tops of the flames. All I saw was the black smoke, which has dissipated now. I don't know if they have it under control or whatnot, but not nearly as much smoke as there was a half hour ago.
What does that scene kind of look like now?
Every fire department within 15 miles is here.
A lot
of ambulances, lots of sirens.
Did you physically hear an explosion?
Oh yeah, it sounded like thunder.
Wow. How far is your work site from the mill?
A half mile to a mile.
So everybody on your site kind of felt it and heard it.
Yeah, not even a half mile. We're pretty close.
I can hear the emergency.
You can see where it blew the whole backside of the plant out, right? See this here? This coil stuff over here was over here, and it's all gone now. That is what blew out right there, okay? And that probably blew outward quite a distance, and that's some serious shit right there. That's no joke.
responders in the background of you. Wow. Have you worked in this area for a long time?
We've been down here for about 2 weeks. We're doing a brick veneer on a building and just so happened to be down here while it was happening.
Any evacuations happening right now in your area?
I honestly, I don't know. I can't speak to that.
Are you guys kind of hunkering down in the meantime?
I swear reporters ask the dumbest
We're
questions
continuing
sometimes.
to work. But hopefully, I don't know, maybe it'll be an early quit day. I don't know. I'm just worried about the guys down there.
Yeah. Is there anything else about the scene that you can kind of tell us, describe what's going on? Because we're seeing it from that aerial view, but you're kind of seeing it firsthand. Is there anything else that you can kind of tell us that would help?
From my understanding, there was construction going on down there. It might have been because of the Nissan merger or Nippon merger. I'm not sure, but it could be due to some type of construction.
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak facts. This is all opinion.
Can you still see that smoke though right now?
No, not from where I'm at. It's
No, that don't look bad at all now.
It's really not the same billowing cloud that it was when it first happened.
All right, that's an interview that our Yasmin Rodriguez did with a construction worker who felt that explosion at the Clairton.
All right, well, we're definitely going to keep all the people in our thoughts and prayers for that. That's horrible.
Hey, Tomboy.
Tomboy has flown in on her bird. Thank you for joining us, Tomboy. Finally got your butt out of bed, huh? I'm going to get the finger. Watch this one. I like teasing her. It's so much fun. That sulfur stuff used to drive us. I had a friend, real quick story, you guys, was allergic to it. We used to ride our bikes down past LTV Steel, it was called. There was a back road that would take us to the lake. His name was Sean, real good friend of mine. We used to ride past there all the time. Well, a lot of times the sulfur was way stronger than it was on a normal basis. You could smell the sulfur throughout the city.
Ew.
Just hints of it, you could tell it was there, and it was pluming through their smokestacks. We were riding by one day. There was probably 6 of us on our bikes heading out, doing our thing, probably 12 years old. And we hear, ugh. And we're riding and no Sean. And we turned around. I laugh about it now, but we were freaked out then. And turned around and look, and he's laying in the middle of the road, bikes down and everything. We're like, whoa, what the hell? Well, he had an allergy to sulfur, and there was a lot of it at that time. I guess the concentration of it was very strong, and it affected him breathing it in, and he just fell over.
Aw.
We had to run to, he was okay. It was no big deal, but it just like it hit him like that. We got him up, and we ran to, luckily there was a trailer where like the foreman that worked these plants and stuff have. We ran over there and we called his mom. She came and picked him and his bike up and took him to the hospital. He ended up being fine, but it was just weird. Like, holy shit, just fall over. But it stinks so bad too. Very, very smelly. Mm-hmm. That's awesome, Beach Babe. Congrats. And God bless. That's hard to do. I wish I could do it. Mm-hmm. I need to do it. So we're going to keep tabs. I'll keep tabs on that to see if there's anything new with that anytime. Moving on real quick here. And again, thank you, Kent, for joining us and giving us your input on what your thoughts are. In the Nova Scotia missing children's case, Jack and Lilly Sullivan. Let's see here. Would you two quit being a bully? God, dust mop. I know you don't like having your face humped every day, but quit being so mean to him. Milo is such a strange dog. All right. 1 minute here. Come on. You got to be kidding me. So many people. 1 second. All right, moving on, guys. Let's get a little update on the Jaden Spicer situation. Been missing since Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, possibly. From Lecher County, Kentucky. 1 second.
Others continue to search for a missing child out of Breathitt County. 10-year-old Jayden.
Hang on. I don't know why the audio is so low on all this stuff today. Let me check my background settings real quick. If it loads. Come on. There we go. Sound. It's all turned up. So these must just be low. You might have to put your headphones on, folks. My apologies. I don't know why this is so low. 1 second. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
Spicer was reported missing last Wednesday and was last seen at his home in the Panbull Branch Road area in Jackson on Tuesday. He was wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. Kentucky State Police continued search efforts yesterday using everything available, including aircrafts, drones, canines, sonar, and crews on foot. KSP now plans to explore other areas and is urging the public to remain alert and report any information on Jayden's whereabouts to Post 13 in Hazard.
Still not a lot. Nothing new, really. Very sad. Let me check one other thing for you guys on this, too. God, these cases bug the hell out of me. Excuse me. So Samantha Bronte, which is Jaden's aunt, she did post via Facebook. Again, I will not stop looking for myself and my little family are going through the worst possible nightmare that I would not wish on my worst enemy. Please, if you know any information at all, seen, heard information from someone else, do not hesitate to call KSP, Kentucky State Police, and report it. Any information could lead up to Jayden's whereabouts. There's a $3,000 goal that they're working at to try to help bring him home. That's the donation link for the GoFundMe there. Then there's his stepfather and his mother.
Hey, Tandy. I hope your day's going better than what you thought it would.
It's Tandy. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. We're going on 6 days. And there's nothing new here. Other than Samantha's statement. Let me see here. Excuse me. Sorry, you guys. I pray that they find this little guy. Let me check another one here. Welcome, Miss Donna. Great to see you. Okay, that came from. All right.
Terrible.
What's the matter?
Tandy said it's end of summer bash, and these kids are feral today.
Oh, yeah. That should be fun. So, as far as anything else on this case, guys, and I've told this to you guys yesterday, there is a whole lot of bullshit, okay? As far as other channels putting out, mom exposed, mom did this, boyfriend did that, this, that, and everything else. I don't care right now, okay? Unless it pertains to what happened to him. If it does, then okay. Until then, I want to find Jayden. That's it. I want to know where Jayden is, whether they're suspicious or not, whether the mother had child endangerment charges back 25 years ago, whatever the stepdad had charges for abusing his child. Okay, fine. We don't know what happened yet, okay? So let's just wait and find out what happened first. You got Dolly out here putting out body found, this and that, clickbaiting, all sorts of shit. I mean, it's just ridiculous, guys. Come on. Ultimate update, foul play, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I mean, we don't know that. They found a body, and it obviously doesn't belong to him.
Yeah,
they
they
would
would
have
have said that by now.
Right. They'd have told us that. So that's no. And I'm not going to show any of that stuff. They get enough views from it. I'm not going to show that until there is something that proves that those two people were involved in what happened to this child. Then we'll talk about it. Until then, I'm not going to do it. Okay. That's what happened to Sebastian. That's what happened to Summer. Those things happen. Mama Bear's been here through all of that. And she'll tell you that's exactly what happened there. And we're not going to do that until we know. I'm not just going to judge these parents and say, I bet they did it. No, that's not how this works, guys. And he did it. He put up a dumbass thing, says, where's the baby? Never fails. Never fails. This child, we do know, though, is 10 years old. He went missing sometime between 9 p.m. and I'm going to say 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Wednesday morning, 9 p.m. Tuesday night to 7 a.m. Wednesday morning. He was last seen Tuesday night at 9 p.m. when he went to bed. Excuse me. Sorry. Well, there was a statement made that there was supposed to be an open house the night before at the school to introduce him to the school. This was the day he went missing, the Wednesday, I'm sorry, was the first day of school for him. He had only been with her since May. His caretaker passed away in May, and he was placed with his mother. I wish the mother would make a public plea. I agree with that, Eddie. I wish she would make a statement, truly, other than the note she wrote, because then people might lay off of her. You know what I mean? Hopefully. But it would definitely give a lot less suspicion pointing at her. I agree with that. But I understand at the same time maybe why she's not, because she's probably afraid of that kind of thing happening too. Because it does happen. We see it all the time. If she watches anything on YouTube or on the news, people do it all the time. So I understand. I got his first day of school was going to be that Wednesday. He was not comfortable or familiar with this area. He does have mental health issues. They said that he takes medication for. He hasn't had that medication. The area around them is a very, very rural, mountainous, kind of like where the Nova Scotia kids are from area. He's afraid of the dark. He's petrified of the dark, and he doesn't like bugs. So I can't imagine him being out there by himself and being okay, not coming back to the house. So I feel like if he did step out, somebody may have grabbed him. Or something else may have happened. We don't know yet because there's nothing to tell us anything. So we'll find that out at some point, I'm sure. I'm hoping. So all I'm going to do is keep praying that this little guy's found, that he's okay, and that it was just some big misunderstanding or something maybe. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I don't understand why he wasn't at the school. From my understanding is that he was not at the, you know how they do like the first day of school and all that kind of stuff. There's like an open house. The day
Might
before.
meet the teacher night or something.
Yeah, something like that. He didn't go. The mother went, but he didn't go. I don't know if it was because he was uncomfortable or what the deal was, but that is a little strange. I will say that much. Like I said, he hadn't been with this woman, his mother. He was raised by his grandmother, and he probably was not comfortable yet, or could be that he wasn't comfortable yet. I don't know, guys. These are just speculative thoughts, but I don't know. I'd like to know. There is a bolo out for him, but they have not put anything out. No endangered child thing, what pisses me off, because if he's got mental health issues, there should be an endangered child tag out on him right now.
100%.
Or at the very least, I don't care. Again, you guys know my feelings on Amber Alerts. That's what should be out. but it's not. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm very not happy. I guess KSP trooper posted that all areas of priority have been searched and that organized search efforts continue to exhaust all resources at their disposal. In this situation, we want to keep hope alive, but we are racing against the clock. Very true. Trooper Gayhart, the more time he spends outside in the elements, unfortunately, statistically speaking, the chances of finding him safely diminish. On Thursday, Jaden's mother, Felicia, formerly Felicia Gross, provided a handwritten plea to WYMT concerning her missing son. We love Jayden and we want him home safe. And we want him safe at home, please. If anybody sees my son, Jaden Spicer, please report it to the Jackson PD. Thank you. We love him very much. Please do the right thing. Call the police. Please pray for us and my son, Jayden. Thank you. And they keep going like always. Felicia Spicer has past involvement in a child endangerment case. Okay. Again, that doesn't mean that she has that issue now.
Right.
Let me see here. Last time he was seen, by the way, he was wearing a blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajama set, pants and shirt, described as a white male with a slim build. He stands approximately 5'1", has blonde hair and blue eyes. He's a very good looking kid. Despite intensive search efforts led by the Kentucky State Police, local law enforcement, and community volunteers, there have been no confirmed sightings of the missing child as of Thursday evening. Jaden's mother, Felicia, also known as Felicia Gross, has a previous charge related to child endangerment. Although she initially provided a handwritten statement to authorities expressing heartbreak and pleading for help, she has since requested privacy and asked that her identity not be publicly shared. However, well, yeah, you know how that goes. However, records confirm her prior involvement in a child endangerment case, which is now drawing additional public scrutiny amid the ongoing search. Of course it is. Channel 2 now continues to lead the investigation and search operation, and anyone with information, of course, is urged to contact authorities at 606-435-6069. If anybody does know anything at all, I don't care if you think it's stupid, it's not. Anything can help. Please contact that number. Please and thank you, Christy, very much, guys. Yes, if you guys are into Facebook, please jump on our Facebook page and follow that if you will. We appreciate that so very much. I got to get in there and do something with it. Ever since we lost Sherry, I haven't really had the want to touch it, but I'm going to have to get in there and do something with it. Thank you, Christy. And guys, don't forget to jump on over, click that link and hit Mama Bear's link, if you will. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and like everything she does because she's so awesome. And if you haven't done it yet, what are you doing with your life? Come on.
Thank you. If you do.
That too, Christy. We appreciate it very much. All right. And again, there's nothing new, and I'm not going to put up any of this garbage. I just won't do it. There's all these channels. You guys are welcome to go watch them, of course, but I won't do it. It's just not worth it to me. Because here's the thing, guys. What if it comes out? This is what I've always said with this too. What if it comes out that they had nothing to do with this? Is anybody going to apologize to them? Is anybody going to be able to go back and fix anything they've said about these people?
Nope.
You can't. It's out. It's done. That's why you need to wait until you know for a fact that there's involvement here, if there ever is. Just saying. Thank you, Christy, right there. There's our link to our Printify shop, which I haven't been in there either. I got to catch up with myself. Anyway, if you guys want any of our True Crime Cafe merchandise, our shirts and everything, Miss Cassie did some stuff. My understanding is that Alicia's going to be working in there too, if she wants to, coming up and creating certain things if she has some time. So let us know, guys, what you think. No, you're right. They won't, Alicia. They will not, and it'll be too late at that point. So that's horrible. All right. That's what's going on in the Jaden Spicer situation. Nothing new yet, but I will let you know as things progress. Oh, I'm sorry. He was 10 years old. I thought I said that, Annie. My apologies. She didn't. She hasn't spoke out at all. She wrote a note, and that's all she did. She hasn't spoke to the media at all. So why, I don't know for sure. I have my thoughts, but I don't know why she hasn't spoke to him. But she never said.
You know, honestly, if I was in her situation, I probably wouldn't either. Not after knowing what I know and what I've seen
That's
here.
it right there. Bingo. Yep. Nowadays, you can't. You can't. It used to be that you would go to the news or the media, whatever, and say, please help me find our child. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know now when you do it, the first thing that happens, truly, this is sad, folks, but this is what happens. Oh my God, look at her. She's a mess. She's a slob. She's probably on drugs. Look at him. He's drunk. He's on drugs. And then people start digging and looking up there. Oh my God, there's a child endangerment charge. She did something to him, or he did something to him. Oh, they probably sold him for drugs. This, that, blah, 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 blah. And then next thing you know, within a week, they've done it all. And nobody even knows who they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, like I said,
these people have lives. They have to go to a job. They have to see, you know, their coworkers, their, you know, or their employees or whatever, and have them looking at them and having these questions now about who this person is that's working there.
Right. That's right. And they can lose their jobs. They can lose their lives. And if that child comes home safe and sound, how are they going to support that child without a job? You know what I mean? All these things affect them. JLR, of course, you know, he's all over this. Stepdad exposed. Okay. We know he did some things wrong in his past. That doesn't mean he did something to Jayden. Like I said, I promise you guys that I'll be one of the first people to report it if it comes out that they did something to him and they have verified proof, of course. Until then, I'm not going to play the game that they all play. It's just not worth it. I don't need views that bad. It's not that important to me to throw my morals out the window and say, here, come watch me real quick while I talk a bunch of dumb shit. That's not true. Or that I don't know. That's what I mean. And that's what has happened to YouTube. It's horrible. When this involves a child, nope. It should stay and be only about the child. That's what happened to Sebastian. So, just saying, it is what it is. That's the biggest thing, is we need to find out where he is and bring him home. That's all that matters. He does look, Tandy, I agreed. He looked very tired. Like, I don't know if they're black eyes or if it was because he's not sleeping. Like I said, he lost his caregiver, okay, that raised him. And that's probably very heartbreaking for him and very sad, sadly. And it's probably, and if he's got mental health issues, we don't know what they are. You know, we don't know what's going on, but that could explain why he looks the way he does. He's probably not comfortable in that situation. Maybe he has not gotten used to it. It's only been since May. We don't know anything about how he took any of his new situation either. So that's the thing. Yeah, he could have allergies too. That's a good point. Like I said, there could be numerous different things. So we don't know. But I'm scrolling right now, guys, and there's probably 15 channels. Breaking, foul play, shocking news. They're lining it up with like Austin Drummond and this. I mean, it's clickbait. It's all clickbait just to get somebody to come watch this. Breaking, foul play, Jaden Spicer missing. Did the mom do it? I mean, come on. This is not, it's just morally stupid. I'm sorry. Anyway.
And Alicia, you're right. That is a huge adjustment for a 10-year-old.
Yeah. And like I said,
his world has been completely turned upside down and inside out.
And we don't know what mental issues he has that could make that worse. So, it's hard to think that he walked out on his own because of his fears. Understood. But if you're bound and determined and you're not happy at a situation and you don't know what's going on in your life, it could have been that. He could have stepped out thinking he was going to do something and change his mind. Somebody could have grabbed him, folks. It happens all over the place. Okay. We don't know. Nobody knows. There's no answers. And I hate speculating on things that I don't even have even if I had a little bit of information, it would be easier to talk about it, but we have nothing. So it is definitely possible. That's right. That's what I'm saying. It's very possible. like I said, a child is a child. If they want something, they want something. That's all there is to it. The person responsible. What is this? Hold on. No disrespect, but I will not listen to a psychic. That's what that was. Let's see here. Moving on. What else we got here, guys? Oh, that's what I was doing. Forgetting who I am sometimes.
Well, his caregiver was his grandma, and I don't know if that was her mom or the dad's mom.
Right.
I don't think they said.
They didn't. They never did say. But his aunts were involved, so I'm thinking maybe his mom's, because Samantha is the one that took him there. She was helping care because she lived with the grandmother. She was helping care for him, and they said that Samantha, the aunt, knows him better than anything. So I'm guessing, and the Samantha is the mother's sister. So that makes I would guess then that the caregiver was the mom. And from what Samantha said, that CSB has been involved the entire time. They did clear Felicia, his mother, which would have to happen before they would take him there. So that's all I can get out of that at this point. Give me 1 second here. Oh my God.
Oh, that is sad, Annie.
Yeah, that does happen. That definitely happens. Yeah, they would have to clear the stepdad. They can't put him into a home where there's Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember Gary Busey. Remember him?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, he's in some trouble.
Yep. Yes, he is. Ugh, he always gave me the creeps.
Ever since he got stomped on by that horse, he freaks me out. Here we go. Check it out.
Do you wish to plead guilty to a criminal sexual contact today?
Yeah. That's Oscar nominee Gary Busey pleading guilty to a sex crimes charge during a virtual court hearing. The 81-year-old appeared confused at times.
Am I pleading guilty?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay. I am?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not how it works.
I have hearing aids and they are working, but they only go so high.
The charge dates back to a 2022 fan convention in New Jersey. The actor was taking photos with attendees.
During that session, you agree, do you not? You do agree that you inappropriately touch the buttocks of an adult female over her clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this was not an accidental touching. You purposely touched her. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, and you did it for your own self-gratification. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're going to have a criminal record?
Yes.
Yesterday's appearance was a far cry from the height of Gary's fame.
I like Elvis fine, but I'm Buddy Holly.
His breakout role was in The Buddy Holly Story, which earned him an Oscar nom. He also appeared in Lethal Weapon. More recently, he competed on Dancing with the Stars.
Make sure you're having fun, because if you don't have fun, nobody else will.
In 2008, he was a mentor on Celebrity Rehab.
I've been around the rodeo a few more times than you have.
In 2014, Gary won UK's Celebrity Big Brother.
What I desire to do is give people a good feeling about themselves.
But for Gary, the real drama hasn't always been on screen.
I went down on something called GHB.
We were in the courtroom in 1995 when he faced felony drug charges after a serious overdose.
That is the dark side of me. That is the devil coming in to take me off my path of righteousness.
The charges were dropped after Gary went to rehab. In 2001, he was arrested but never convicted of abusing his ex-wife. E.T. visited the couple at their Malibu home in 1997.
There were times when I was so afraid of Gary.
Gary is also a cancer survivor. In 1997, doctors successfully removed a plum-sized tumor from his sinus cavity.
I'm just so happy to be alive.
His sentencing is set for September 18th.
God has always been there.
That's why his eye looks like it does now.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
To cradle me.
Just thought everybody would want to know. The guy, he probably didn't even, I mean, it's, I'm not saying it's innocent what he did, but he's 81 years old. You know, things are different now than they were in the 80s. He probably thought, I'm Gary Busey. I can get away with whatever I want. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows what his thought process is? It sounds like he may be possibly working on maybe dementia or Alzheimer's, sadly. So who knows? You know, I'm not saying what he did was wrong, right, but we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's sad to see him that way, though. I'll say that. Yeah, that was one of my favorite movies ever. Silver Bullet, Stephen King, Silver Bullet, 48 Hours.
I mean, he was a good actor, but he always
gave
me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, he's definitely different. I agree. Well, just saying that we got another one in the news. He pleaded guilty. He admitted to it, so. No, I'm just saying that could be his thought process, at least. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying his thought process. As this, how these people, a lot of these people think like I could get away with this then and get away with, nobody was going to care. That could have been what he was thinking, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's right at all. I don't care when it was or what it is. It's still wrong, period. You don't touch somebody that doesn't want touched. That's all there is to it. They ask you to do it. You know what I mean? That is not your right. I don't care what situation is or what your excuse is. You can't just do that. Let's see. Next up. Well, that's okay. We covered that one. I have this new. Give me 1 second. Jesus, JLR. Really going for it, aren't you? I wish they would leave these people alone. They're ET put out that video company, or the people that put out the video we just watched. They put out a video. We lost Gene Hackman a while back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they put out a video on Gene Hackman's shocking living conditions. Leave these people the fuck alone.
Yeah.
They're dead, for Christ's sakes. And they were very important people. Okay. And they were up in age, and leave them alone. This is so disgusting that people do this shit. Unbelievable. Somebody's going to show it.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be me.
It's like my oldest and I were talking yesterday. She was all upset. They found King Tut. They took him out of his mummy wrapping.
Really?
And put him in a glass box. And, and it's like, dude, why?
And he's been wrapped that way for how long?
A very, very long time. And she's like, there are other ways that you can go about this nowadays that you don't need to do that. Make a replica of it, something. But that's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like when people are dead, leave them alone.
I'm saying, right. Enough. Not everybody has to be in the news. Not everything needs to or deserves to be in the news, Yeah. It's very disrespectful, in my opinion, especially somebody like him that gave his whole life to the world and movies. And here you go. And now you're still taking from him after his death.
I mean, he was a king, for God's sakes.
Right. And they're talking about his deplorable living situation and how bad it would, what?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. King Tut's shocking living condition.
Right, Eddie?
Jesus, criminy. Well, there's nothing new there. Let me see if I had any other updates for you real quick. I don't think so. But I did have. 1 second here. Oh, where'd it go? Trying to keep up with this one as much as I can. But give me a second. Let's see here. Just an update on the Lecher County situation between Mickey Steins and Kevin Mullins.
Good Lord, that's still going.
Oh, yeah. They haven't even gone to trial yet, which is still strange for me, but
that's where I was like, huh?
Yeah, it's weird that they haven't. It's probably a very touchy case because there's a judge and a sheriff involved.
Probably.
Let me see. I do know that there's a hearing coming up in that case on the 15th. I think I read. I Google things and look those up, but that's the only thing I could find on that. It didn't tell me the exact meaning behind the hearing itself, but I did find. Hold on here. Something new that came out. The channel that I follow with this case because she's been following it from day one is okay, thank you, Lecher. I thought it should have started by now, but I don't know. Maybe that's me. I just think it's because it's or something like a pretrial or a preliminary or something is what I was expecting already, but I guess not. 1 second here. This is just a little bit about, I think it was defendant's motion to unseal KC Kansas City something evaluation. They want it unsealed. And that is interesting to me. Hold on here. Give you a little bit of this.
Council, so yeah, that's the Bartleys, and respectfully moves this honorable court to unseal the psychological evaluation previously ordered in this matter for the purpose of use at the August 15th, 2025 hearing. So they scheduled a court hearing for just, so that'll be next week, the 15th. And that is Mickey's next court date. Everybody wanted to know when his next court date was. It's August 15th, so it's going to be next week. But none of us knew that they were going to be trying to use this evaluation at the court date. So Mickey, the judge, ordered a psychiatric evaluation done on him, and they were not asking for an evaluation to be done on his competency. He's competent to stand trial. That they're not disputing that. They're not asking that to even be looked into. So what they were asking the evaluation to do was to go back and see what was going on with him the day that he shot the judge.
And he, by the way, is the one that wants this unsealed. Not the state, but the defense themselves wants this unsealed, which says something to me. And I'm interested as to why. It sounds to me like they want the world to see, you know, that he's perfectly okay. And it doesn't sound like you're trying to use the insanity defense here. If that's what you're doing, you know, am I wrong?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Right. And she just said that they're not looking for his it's not competency or anything like that, but he wants this unsealed, maybe to help explain something within the defense. It's interesting.
So I think that, and it's for the criminal responsibility of Mickey Steins. Is he criminally responsible for what he did? Now they're saying that he was under extreme emotional disturbance. So that is what the Bartleys are. That's the defense, mental illness defense, mental health defense, something like that. And remember, I am not a lawyer. Okay. I have a master's degree in criminal justice, but that's not a legal license. Okay. So I am not an attorney. I am not trained as an attorney. I'm not educated as an attorney.
That is the question that I think everybody wants the answer to, Tandy. Nobody quite understands it. Everybody has their ideas, but they haven't put it out there for to clarify for sure if the daughter had anything to do with it. You know what I mean? As far as reasoning goes, they take you right to that line and then you can wait. You know what I mean? And that's what's driving, I think, everybody nuts. Absolutely, Alicia. Welcome back. All right, Michelle. Thank you for joining us.
Attorney. I just have a lot of knowledge because I'm a true crimer, just like you. All right. In support of this motion, the defendant states as follows. Number 1, a hearing on the defendant's motions to dismiss and motion for bond is scheduled for August 15th. So it's a bond hearing. They're going to be taking up his bond. So that's going to be a big day. Oh boy, that's going to be a huge day. What do you think, Mom? Do you think he's going to get bond? Do you think they'll get a high bond?
No.
I bet they do. I bet you they'll give him $1 million bond or $5 million bond.
Well, I don't think they will, but that's all right. We'll see Friday, won't we?
Yeah, we sure will.
I don't see any reason not to. I think they'd get him $100 bond as far as I'm concerned. He's not going to get out and hurt nobody.
I don't think he would either. You know, I'm really, the more and more that information and the more that's come out, the more victims that have come forward, the more people, not even just victims, the more people that have come forward. You know, some people have just come forward and given us their own personal experiences that weren't as bad as some of these women that we're talking about in these cases. But it shows a character, you know, it shows a history. And so, you know, okay. Number 2, a psychological evaluation of the defendant was previously conducted and filed under seal by the court. So what that means is whenever they file something under seal, it's, you know, private, it's protected. Nobody can get it. Nobody can look at it. Nobody can see it, and nobody can share it. I had never heard of anybody having their divorce settlement filed under seal. Have you ever heard of that, Mom? You probably
no.
You're probably not aware much of stuff like that, are you? Divorce?
No.
No, I'm not either. But
I never thought about it. I don't know what.
Their divorce is filed under seal. Wow.
She's just saying she's heard of that before.
I haven't.
I haven't either. That's interesting. Maybe if it's like a domestic violence thing, it would be. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, unless
yeah,
I don't know. That's a new one, right? That's new for me. Well, I mean, if they're getting divorced right now, because I mean, I guess.
No, the leash I could see that maybe.
Yeah.
If the person you're divorcing is on trial for murder.
If they know that
then
it's all
maybe,
over social media and everything else, they probably don't want certain things put out. Now, I guess that would make some sense. Tomboy said, but they don't have a minor child was sealed because of the minor children that were included. That would make sense too.
Yeah.
Confidential settlements like Stars in Hollywood. That probably happens too.
I don't know. I think she was just, I don't know what she was saying, but she just mentioned it.
Mickey Stein's wife. I believe, my understanding, she filed for divorce after the scenario. But I think there was stated that it was going to happen before this happened too. So I don't know. We'll see.
Why anybody want to know, and I don't know why anybody would want to seal it. I mean, I can't, unless they get a whole big bunch of money and they don't want nobody to know.
Maybe that's why I didn't hear.
Well, I found it very interesting that our prosecutor, one of our prosecutors, filed their divorce settlements under seal, and so it just makes me curious. Wow, what did you have that was so important that you filed your divorce settlement under seal? What you got to hide there, buddy? All right. Number 3, the contents of the psychological evaluation are directly relevant to issues anticipated to be raised at the upcoming evidentiary hearing. Let me reread that because I didn't understand nothing I just said.
There it is. I bet you didn't. That's what I was asking about. Is I would have thought, because it's been, would you say at least to September, that in September it would be about a year that they would have had an evidentiary hearing on this, or the preliminary on this already. I don't know. I guess maybe because of the situation is what my thought. I keep going back to that, because there's so much involved in it that they have not been able to do that. That would make sense, I guess.
The contents of the psychological evaluation, are directly relevant to the issues anticipated to be raised at the upcoming evidentiary hearing. So they're wanting to use the results of this evaluation for the hearing, the evidentiary hearing. Directly relevant to issues anticipated to be raised. So that means they're assuming that the prosecutors are going to be raising these issues at the evidentiary hearing. And so they want to be, the way that I understand this is that they want to be able to use the results of this evaluation to combat that, whatever they're anticipating that the prosecutors will bring up. Number 4, the defendant seeks to introduce portions of the psychological evaluation at the evidentiary hearing to support his defense and ensure the court has a full and fair understanding of the relevant facts.
Well, there in turn, I guess I could reverse my statement then, because maybe they are going to use a temporary insanity defense, and certain parts of this can relate to that, and that would be why he would want it unsealed, so that they can see that. Then that would make some sense. If that's where it's gonna go, I'm gonna see if I can get the documents on this one, like we did in Idaho, and start pulling the documents myself. When I went looking the first time, I struggled finding the right link for this. I was in the circle, going in circles for about 3 hours trying to get the right place, and I got it wrong. So I'm gonna do it again and see if I can come up with the right link. And that way I'll have all the documents when they drop on this, because I've really been enthralled with this case from the beginning, as you guys know. And I want to know what the hell happened, period.
Wow. Okay, let's see. What's that?
And another thing I've been finding out with this, little by little, because I'm getting broken pieces here and there, but I'm trying to put it all together. There's a lot of people involved in this, you guys. A lot of people. I didn't realize how many people are involved in this. A lot of the court staff and the legal, like the law enforcement staff, they're involved. Of course, Steins and Mullins were involved, obviously. families of court staff are involved. I mean, there's a lot of people, more people than I would have ever imagined being involved in this. It's pretty wild.
I'm gonna stop sharing that for a second. Let me pull this back up here. So I guess it only had 2 pages. Okay.
So there's that document. Since I couldn't find the damn thing myself, that's how I had to do it. But that's a good point too, Annie. Is that's why I think it's sealed. They're not wanting to let out the other people that were getting free services from. That's a good point. It's an interesting point, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see. Next up here, I had because that's really all I have on that one right now. Come on, my download situation does not work. I didn't even ask. Do you have any specific thoughts about that case?
No, not really. I haven't followed it a whole lot.
Gotcha. So I know you guys, some of you guys followed the Delphi case with us. We know that Richard Allen was transferred out to Oklahoma. To a new prison in Oklahoma for high-profile convicts. That's why he was transferred. That way they can have more coverage for him to make sure he's safe, I guess. Mm-hmm. And there was new evidence that was obtained. This was months back, I believe. I can't remember. It was the last thing we saw, but I guess there's some kind of a new thing. Hold on. About the Delphi thing. I guess there's a new documentary either out or coming out on this.
There was one on Hulu, I think.
Yeah, regarding Matty Soto, that's why I think Jen's not arrested. Those awful people know to get the people in power on film. Oh, good point. I understand what you mean. So let's see what they're saying here about Mr. Allen.
Richard Allen was sentenced to 130 years for the brutal murder of 2 little girls, Libby German and Abby Williams, in Delphi, Indiana.
I want justice for Abby and Libby, but it should not be at the expense of an innocent person.
Now, Allen's wife, Kathy, is speaking out in a new documentary, Capturing Their Killer, The Girls on the High Bridge, streaming starting today on Hulu. She insists her husband has been wrongly convicted.
I need people to know that my husband's not a monster. He's not the monster that people think he is.
The 5-year...
I do. Annie, there's a link right there. I think we can put it in the chat too. I think somebody has it if you want. There it is, though.
Long hunt for the killer focused on this tantalizing image captured by Libby on her cell phone. A man approaches the girls on the abandoned railroad trestle. Libby also recorded this now famous snippet of the killer's voice. Police interrogation video shows Allen denying that he's the man on the bridge who approached the girls.
Nope. Thank you, Alicia. You're an angel. It's not him. It's Ron Logan. Sorry. I'll argue that till I fall out of this chair. That voice, I've analyzed that voice with that recording, I don't know, 7,000 times by myself sitting here and with you guys. That's Ron Logan's voice. That is Ron Logan's voice. I don't care what anybody tells me, you're wrong. I will argue that I'll die on the hill, period. That is Ron Logan's voice. There's people that argue that with me all the time, but that is his voice. I'm dead set on that.
It's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders, so I'm not really that concerned.
There may not have been DNA evidence or fingerprints found at the crime scene, but prosecutors say a mountain of other forensic evidence pointed to Richard Allen's guilt, including a bullet found between the girls' bodies that ballistic experts say came from Allen's gun.
The extraction marks on that round match your gun. Perfect.
Allen also confessed to the murders 60 times, but his family claims 13 months in solitary confinement had caused him to lose his mind. Kathy Allen hasn't wavered in her belief in her husband's innocence. She was in a defiant mood the day he was convicted last November.
My husband says to me, "You know me." He goes, you know, I'm not capable of something like that.
But Libby's grandfather has no doubts.
Richard Allen is guilty. He always will be.
Nope. You can't. You couldn't pay me. You could not pay me to believe that. Sorry.
No.
To look at the Delphi, Indiana murder case today. Libby German and Abby Williams were murdered while on a trail back in 2017. Richard Allen has been convicted in their murders. Allen's wife is now speaking for the first time.
Why have you decided to speak today?
I need people to know that my husband's not a monster. He's not the monster that people think he is. He's been accused of a horrendous crime, being charged with double homicide of 2 girls.
The girls' families also speak in this docuseries and insist Allen is the killer. Series will also show the full cell phone video Libby German recorded before their deaths. Capturing their killer, The Girls on the High Bridge, is streaming now on Hulu.
There it is. I'll be watching that.
I don't know. Kirsty said it was really hard.
I'm sure it's gonna be. Definitely. Let me see here. Give me one. What's that? Yeah.
I said I will probably try. I don't know if I'll be able to make it through.
Oh, I get it. I'm gonna try. That way I get a little insight into it from their side of it. Of course, we know how that works, just like the whatchamacallit for Idaho did.
And what they did to him goes against his constitutional rights.
Absolutely, 100%.
They need to fight that.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Defense Diaries, Bob Motto. I love Bob and his wife, and he's probably one of the most down-to-earth attorneys you'll ever meet in your life, in my opinion. He gives the facts, in my opinion, the best way you can get them. He did an interview with one of Richard Allen's attorneys, Andrew Baldwin. I think that's what Tomboy was talking about. Mm-hmm. Yep, right there. I want to give you guys a little bit of an insight into that, and then I want you guys to go check it out yourselves. Of course, go subscribe to Defense Diaries with Bob and his wife. They do great stuff, folks. I've always liked them. Check this out, a little bit of this.
Offered him a job and he turned it down. And he just said, I can't do it. You know, I wanted to be different, but in the end, he's a criminal defense attorney and I'm super proud of him. He's going to do great work. He's got a job at the Marion County PD agency and he's going to be fighting hard for people. I know he is, and it makes me happy.
We need guys like that, you know, we really do. And it's that's the toughest gig, because we were talking off screen. I'm out here interviewing an old legendary Louisiana lawyer who just had, like, the clients that he's had range from politicians at the highest level in the state down to like every single kind of case that you can imagine. He's been very successful in terms of his trial work, you know, and he's got that Matlock feel because he's down in Louisiana. So I could completely see him walking in with like a seersucker suit. Yeah. You know, he's got that whole vibe, but you know, like he was saying, you know, I really take my hat off to the lawyers that go into the PD's office where you're dealing with just the criminal justice system 50 you know, weeks out of a year. You know, maybe you get a couple weeks off, but you know, just because your son, and I'm sure that you've forewarned him and he knows enough about your practice and, you know, the peaks and the valleys that you've had, that, you know, I mean, the system kind of chews you up and spits you out from the defense side of it, just because fighting the government is really, really hard to do. You know, so
I have a vacuum for Karen Reed people that were super interested in that case. And this case has a lot of similarities to that, apparently. and I've started to learn a little bit about that. And yeah, come aboard and keep an open mind, and you'll see that maybe there are similarities to what's going on there. And so that's the reason I'm doing this. And I've done a couple of interviews. I did a real meandering one yesterday. I could not, I mean, I was all over the place, and it's hard because I get on one train and then I'm like, oh, I don't have, my time is limited. I need to go down this other. I don't want to do that tonight. I've got kind of a, whenever it's appropriate, I've got basically a few things that I would have wanted in the documentary that ABC, they just don't have the time to do it. I mean,
yeah,
I don't understand that world, but they had 3 episodes and that's it. And I thought the producer who put it together, Grace Miller, and Hannah Shakespeare also was involved. I thought they did a really terrific job of being fair down the middle. And I'm pleased with it. I'm pleased.
Yeah, I got through it last night. I obviously wanted to be able to watch all of it. I'm friends with Hannah. I thought that, and the way that this thing works is when, and it's been a passion project for Hannah for 8 years. She's been following and filming and, working this case for years. And in terms of, when you sell it to a streamer, in terms of they're saying, okay, we'll buy it, and we'll buy 3 hour-long episodes or 40, 45-minute episodes. Hannah's probably got 150, maybe more plus hours of tape in the can, so, and when you're dealing with a streamer like that, they're typically not going to want a one-sided affair. So Hannah's got to come in with, trying to give kind of a down the middle view of, what the case is. And I thought she did a great job in presenting both sides. And like you said, in terms of kind of getting into the weeds with everything that happened with the case pre-trial would have taken 10 episodes.
Yeah.
So, she had to pick and choose. And when Hannah turns in her final cut, that's her final cut. That's not ABC News' final cut. So she has no idea. Cause I've been trying to get a Gacy thing made for years, and I've had so many interviews with so many streamers, and I've heard from my showrunner that was trying to sell the show, you can't try to sell it that way. It's like, it's not what they want. They're trying to get the draw. And so, in terms of knowing the hurdles that Hannah was up against, and really that Hulu and ABC has the final call on whatever she's going to put in there, what they're going to cut in terms of what they want, what they think is going to be the most effective in terms of drawing streamers, she's no. So I would never even have dreamt of asking you guys about anything. I just wanted to talk about generalities, talk about the law, talk about the process moving forward. And that's exactly what our relationship was, moving through the trial. And, now we're in a different position that the trial has happened. And my position was, I don't know if Rick's innocent or guilty prior to trial, because I don't know what the evidence is. So, but I do know he's being railroaded. Leading up to the trial, I was watching a man get railroaded, irrespective of what his innocence or guilt. Now, after the trial, after I saw all the evidence, okay, I'm like, yeah, this guy's factually innocent, and he got railroaded. So both those things are true for me in my perspective. And now that things are coming out, they released some of the exhibits. We got the transcripts. The world's getting to hear what happened in that courtroom, not just during the trial, but pre-trial as well. So, and like you said, I have been actively recruiting all the Karen Reed people. They have a gaping hole now and what they should be looking at. And this is a case that I believe is exactly what they should focus on, because it's a case that's important. It's a case that was high publicity, and it wasn't nearly as high publicity as Karen Reed because of the way that Gull handled it. She had it tried in the dark. There was no streaming, and you guys fought to get streaming out there. You wanted this thing. You wanted this to be tried in the sunlight. She refused to do it, aside from the day that she bamboozled you guys and basically ran you off the case. That
Are
was
you
the
talking
only
about
day
October the 19th, 2023?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I
I mean,
remember that day.
oh,
The only day
God.
that cameras were allowed in the courtroom.
That's right. And it was, she was real
Despicable.
nice to you there, Andy, because she granted.
Isn't that interesting that was the only day she allowed cameras in the courtroom was the day that she basically blackmailed him and the other attorney
right?
to recuse themselves from the case. Other than that, she wouldn't allow cameras in there. That's kind of wild, isn't it?
Very wild.
And it's a joke. I'm telling you, just as much as Judge Hippler at this point. These judges need to be looked into, as well as prosecutors in these cases that do these things legally. They need to look into their background and legally what goes on in their life, in my opinion. If you're going to be doing these things, what else are you doing in your life? Okay, because something's not right. Definitely something's not right with her. She completely, like he said, she kept this all dark so nobody could make statements, or she didn't even give the full. They didn't even give all the evidence to the jury, folks.
Mm-mm.
And it's fact. I mean, this is disgusting. And here we are going through the same damn thing again in Idaho. Almost went through it with Karen Reed and many other cases. This is happening. And this is why we talk about this shit, because it's got to stop happening, period. In my opinion, of course.
Did your motion? Oh, I'm going to grant your motion, defense, and I'm going to allow cameras in the courtroom. She literally wrote that in her order. Like, I'm going to grant your request for cameras in the courtroom. And then, like, I was sitting in the courtroom. That was up in Fort Wayne that day, and I'll never forget it. I didn't see you guys out at council table the entire morning. Didn't see Rick the entire day. And, you know, I'm like wondering what the hell is going on. An hour in, when we're sitting in the courtroom, because they let us in right at 9. And then, you know, 15 cops walk in and they all sit in the jury box. And I'm like, wow, what is going on here? Brad runs out and whispers to Kathy a couple of times. I'm like, something's going on here. And then she comes out and makes that infamous speech about, you know, some unforeseen events taking place. So
unforeseen, except she had handwritten everything that was, you know, going on in chambers. And, you know,
right,
I get tired. Part of me gets tired of talking about her because it you know, I want, you know, there were people that were apparently saying, I don't know if she claimed in one of her, and I don't have any reason to doubt her, that she was getting death threats, and that's wrong. I mean, you know, all these people that I don't have to agree with everything. I can think that they've done a lot of really bad things, but I try to respect the robe. I do, and I even want to respect law enforcement. But I don't.
She was getting death threats. William Labrado, the other stand-in attorney that stood in while these two were gone, literally had his ass beat. He was jumped and had his ass beat for the statement he made. It was beat bad, very badly, and basically was forced to retract his statement. Are you kidding me? And she's getting death threats. Like, what? You don't think everybody is? You're still a judge. You still have to do your job. And she didn't. And if that's true, that you did what you did because you were getting death threats, shame on you. Hang your robe up and go work at the gas station down the street. Judges get death threats all the time. Unbelievable.
Starting position. It doesn't matter whether it's law enforcement or the guy that picks up my garbage. I start out with the presumption that they're going to be respected. Yeah. And then they can prove to me that they don't deserve that through their actions. And that's, you know, unfortunately, there was a lot of that going on in this case over time. I just really lost some hope in humanity at periods of time. But I can tell you here, everybody, if you've ever been on been in the worst moments of your life, October 19th was one of those days for me. And then you can bounce back, and, you know, it's really true. And I tell clients that all the time when they come in. I just told a guy that earlier today. You know, he's experiencing some bad, embarrassing things. And I just said, you're going to get through it, man. You really are. And I know you don't believe me. But other people have come into my office and said, you remember you told me that I would be okay, and I am okay. And thank you. And they need to hear that from time to time. And Brad Rosie kicked my butt and put me back in the right frame of mind. And, you know, that's a whole that's a whole thing. You know, one of the things I do. Do you mind if I transition, Bob?
Andy, I told you this is your show, baby. You do whatever you want to do. You say as much or as little as you. I don't want you to get in trouble with your wife, so you know. But
that's hard.
You've got the floor, my brother. So
I appreciate that, Michelle. I'm going to do
whatever
the
you
best.
want.
I'm going to do the best I can to keep it together here and not meander for one thing. So just go through a few things that were not able to be included on the Hulu. And I do encourage people to get out there, view it, and encourage other people to view it, just so that they can, you know, I'm not here. Nobody's asking me to do that. And if I didn't like it, and if I thought it was unfair, then I wouldn't be saying that.
And just for the record, let me interrupt. So the name of it is called Capturing Their Killer. Okay. And it's the Girls on the High Bridge. It's on Hulu. It's doing very, very well on Hulu. It should be on your first screen within the first, you know, under new or for you. But it's worth 3 hours of your life because it really does give you a good introduction to the case, gives you a good idea who the girls are. And then, you know, about halfway through the second episodes, it shifts to the arrest. And we start learning about Rick Allen and the case against him. We meet his wife, Kathy, who's a dear friend of mine and who is just crushed right now. And you can see that it's been absolutely devastating for her and continues to be that and will be that until if and when Rick is able to get out of prison and this thing is overturned and he gets a new trial and he's vindicated. You know, but I mean, her life has been destroyed the same way that the victim's family's lives have been destroyed in a different way, but destroyed nonetheless. And I always talk about cases like this. It's, you know, everybody that's affected firsthand, whether it's the defendant's family and the victims, like everybody's life is changed in the worst way possible. It's just that they're devastating cases, you know, and I think that people sometimes forget about that. And
even on the defense side, you can forget. And then I thought what was really great was in that first episode. Well, it's kind of throughout, but it was good. I got to see Abby and Libby and, you know, and kind of some funny videos and some photographs and things. And it you know, that touched me, you know, it did.
Me too. I mean,
So, I mean, but it is, you know, but when you get into the stuff I'm about to talk to, then it can come off as, oh, he doesn't care about them. And that just isn't the case. I want justice for those girls, just like, you know, the Patty family does and the German family do. And Abby, you know, Anna Williams and her family. I do. And they probably don't believe that, but I do, because I believe through that justice for them, Rick Allen will be released. And so every morning I do pray that, and I hope that this, I pray that who knows about what actually happened actually comes forward, or who actually even did it, the people, because I believe there's no question there's multiple people involved, and whoever, I hope they have some type of transformation in their life, that whoever does know, that they come forward, because that'd make things a lot easier. It really would. And I think everybody would be just joyful if we actually knew what actually happened, because the evidence does not stack up that Richard Allen committed these terrible crimes. One of the ways, and that'll segue into this, one of the things that was super important in the trial, and it was a big moment, was, and I have to set it up for those that don't know about the case, or know not as much as they might soon learn. The state's version of events is that Richard Allen, that these two girls got on a bridge and they walked across the bridge, and then and Richard Allen followed them all the way across the bridge. And this famous video that's taken at 2:13 p.m. on February the 13th, 2017, 2:13 p.m., that famous video, you can see a guy on a bridge that has been labeled bridge guy. And the police say that's the killer. And law enforcement said that, prosecution said that. And so from 2:13 up until about 2:31, it was about 17 minutes. So 2:30, 2:31. In that short time span, the state's version of events is that Richard Allen followed them, abducted them, perhaps they would say by using a gun to intimidate these girls, down a very steep hill, down to where there's an access road. And then you have to go beyond the access road down to the bottom, which is about 70 feet below the bridge. Okay, so the bridge is up here, and by the time you get down to the bottom where the creek is, it's about 70 feet. Across in this 17-minute time span, Richard Allen, according to the state, told these girls, or they crossed this creek. Deer Creek is what it's called, and it was higher than, it was about a foot or so higher than normal. It was rushing. There might be, I'm trying to be fair, there might have been little areas where it wasn't where you could maybe find some spots where you didn't have to get as wet, but or you didn't have to worry about the tide tearing you down. But for the most part, where that area was, you would have to at least at some point in time cross, and where the river or the creek was a little bit, it was traveling pretty fast. And then in this 17-minute time span, Richard Allen and the two girls crossed, got up the bank somehow. And the bank across there is pretty steep in most points around that area. And it's not very far from the bridge. It's a few hundred yards from where the end of the bridge is. And that's one thing that people don't know. They may think that it's a mile away or half a mile away. It's not. It's a few hundred yards away where the girls were ultimately found. So in the 17-minute time span, the girls go up the bank somehow with Richard Allen, is what the state says happened, and then takes them into this wooded area, and somehow over this 17-minute time span, which started with the abduction at 2:13, somehow in that short period of time, he killed both of them with a knife. He undressed, or somehow one of them was undressed, Libby, and her clothing ended up on Abby. Now, one thing I forgot to tell you is, and this was kind of a new thing that ended up at the trial, was they're coming up with a 17-minute time frame because of an alleged a claim by Dr. Monica Walla, who was with Richard Allen at the prison. Dr. Monica Walla, who was a crime junkie, true crime junkie. Dr. Monica Walla, who had been out before even Richard Allen had been arrested, had been out on the High Bridge, who had listened to podcasts about the High Bridge and the Delphi murders. This was the person that was psychologically taking care of Richard Allen when he was in a prison, which is a whole nother story. But he's in the worst prison, pretrial detainee. He should be at a county jail, but he's in solitary confinement for months and months and months on end. And as the documentary talks about, after 15 days, it is considered torture. And
he told you,
becomes his kind of confidant, I guess. And this is a woman who was in.
What'd you say, Mama Bear?
Let's see, told you.
Yeah, right, exactly. And that will make anybody confess to anything at some point, in my opinion. So 100%.
Infatuated with the Delphi case. And as I said in the documentary, she had no business, none, zero, being in any world that Richard Allen, where he existed, none. What honorable people should have done, and what she should have done, therefore, is said, I know a lot about this case. I'm passionate about this case. I'm getting out. I'm not going to be able to handle his case. But that's not what she did. Instead, she got on, as it says in the documentary, I think it says it, she got on to computers and looked for things. And she's paying attention to what's on the web. And what's on the web, by the way, is lots of talk about a white van. It's in all kinds of, if you just Google it, between 2017 and 2022, there was a theory out there that there was a van, a white van, that was being used and somehow involved in the crime. So getting back to what the state says happened, the state says that, and this was through Dr. Walla. Dr. Walla said, oh, Richard Allen told me that what happened was he was going to abduct these girls and rape them, but he got freaked out because he saw a van. And so that's why he went across the river, and that's why he did what he did. That's what they said, and that all happened in 17 minutes. And this was a very pristine crime scene outside of the bizarreness of the sticks on the girls and the blood on the tree, but there was no DNA, at least if you believe the state, there was no DNA left behind. So whoever was there did a great job of cleaning up. And Libby had blood on her hands, and also about her body. And it was a nude body. And Abby Williams was pretty, for the most part, clean. She had no blood on her hands, as if somebody had taken the time. She was treated very differently than Libby, and to take the time to wash the hands. And I'm bringing all this up because I want you to get the idea of how much time this would have taken for one man to accomplish, let alone in the middle of the day where other people are walking along the bridge, and they came in and testified at various points in time. And that sound traveled really terrifically through that canyon. And if there was anybody in and or around the bridge, there's no question they would have heard that. We had our own, Brian Alvey was one of our investigators. He did a sound test where you basically had to talk about as loud as I am, and you would be able to hear noises from where Abby and Libby were found ultimately to the bridge. And so all of that had to, go ahead.
So I went out there, and at the point in time, now I had been out there prior, but when I went out there the last time when I was down for the trial and I got down early, I went out there, just to your point, you know how they've built, it's no longer just the bridge that spans the entire creek now. Now they've built because it was dangerous. I mean, the thing was in complete disrepair. That's another thing about this bridge. There were entire ties missing. There were ties that were broken. It was scary. It really was a scary bridge, to where you'd have to be young or young at heart to want to cross it. But when I got to the end where they have the railing, because they put a concrete path with railings on both sides and then one at the end, and you'd have to climb over that railing to get on the bridge these days. But so I was out there by myself. Allison was walking a different part of the trails, and I got out to the end, which is probably just in front of where that first platform on the right would be. That's about the distance of where it is. Now, when you're looking down, facing south, which is what the state's theory was, is where the girls went down this hill. If you look behind you back north, you're able to get up onto a larger kind of incline. So you'd be going up. And if you go up around that way, then you don't have to cross the creek, and you can get down to Ron Logan's property where the crime scene was. Right. So, but when I'm standing there, and there was nobody else out on the trail that day other than Allison and two other people. So when I was there, it was stone cold quiet. And I heard a small woodland creature, like just walking around probably 50 yards away from me, up in that inclined area on the north side. And I could hear it as if it was 3 feet away from me. Like, I thought it was a deer because it was so prevalent. The noise was so loud. So this concept of that many people being out there at this time, and this crime taking place at that time, and no one hearing a scream, because if you're using common sense, the way I've always looked at this case is that if it's one perpetrator, two girls, that there's no way that you're going to be able to keep both girls quiet if in fact it's one perp and he starts doing horrible things to one of the girls and the other one is watching it. That girl, along with the girl that's being attacked, are going to be screaming, I would think. Doesn't common sense dictate that? Because there was no proof at trial. Court tried to say maybe there was, I saw something on her lip that could have been like maybe residue from, there's no proof whatsoever that the girls were gagged in any way, shape, or form. So meaning that they would have had the ability to scream. So that has always been a really, really powerful sticking point for me in terms of this crime taking place at the time that the state believes it did, that took place. And like, that's the other thing about this thing. You have to understand going into any case that the state's theory is nothing more than that. It's a theory, as well as the defense. If the defense develops their own theory, it's their theory, and it's based on the evidence. And each side can and does have different theories of what happened. So, because remember, Andy, if we're drawing new people in, there's nothing that you can say here that I don't want you to worry about repeating anything that you may have said in the past, because we got new eyes on this. So talk about all of it that you want to, because we need to fill people in on all the things.
So thank you. And the sound moves around there. There's no question about that.
Crazy.
And in 17 minutes, here's what, if you read the Frank's memo, and I think you can get online and read it. It's 136 pages that really does a great job. And this is back in September 2023 of putting together the defense, one of the defense theories of what might have happened, based upon not conjecture, not about our own investigation. This is based upon the state's evidence that they haphazardly gave us in different, in a lot of different hard drives and so forth, and that we found and that we put together. And in that, it does a really great job of explaining how it is really impossible for one man. It goes step by step about what a person would have had to do to get to the crime scene that the police found when they found the girls. Okay. And one of the big things, is, Abby is wearing Libby's clothing, and that's just a bizarre thing, and it's never been explained, and they didn't explain it at trial. There's some clothing out in the creek, and that clothing, there's no explanation about why that was out there. There's no theory on their end. And what happened is when the police arrived, when they found it, there's some people that were walking looking for the girls, they found that they started by finding the clothing out in the creek. That's what they said. We see this clothing out in the creek, and it was you could see it clearly. I mean, it wasn't like it was hidden, and it was a pink, I believe it was a pink outfit, a pink top, and some other things, and it was kind of bright. And one thing that people may not know, and they wouldn't know it from the Hulu special necessarily, is the night before there were hundreds, dozens, if you want to you don't want to oversell it, dozens and dozens of people from the community out, and law enforcement and fire department folk out walking around the trails and walking in the woods. And one thing that we learned from the fire chief was that the fire people were concerned, and a lot of other people, that the girls had fallen in off the bridge into the creek, or were in the creek. So what fire firemen did, they went along the bank. This is important. They went along the bank with their flashlights. Okay. And again, this is not very far from where the girls were found, and where that clothing in the river was found is not very far from the bridge. And nobody on the night of the 13th, that's when the girls were abducted, February the 13th, it's a Monday. Nobody on Monday, February 13th, who was walking along the banks of the river with their flashlights said, "Oh my gosh, there's clothing over there." And it's one of many reasons why we, the defense, believe the girls were not there on the 13th of February. They were brought there later. And a large part of that has got to do with the phone data off of Libby's phone. So let me finish what police walked into. So some people saw these clothing items. Then they walked up and they saw the image, the girls on the ground. And it was a very unsettling, is a very generous way to say it. It was a very upsetting scene. These two girls, Libby was naked next to a tree, and she had been posed. Okay, that's not my words. It looked that way to Nicole Robertson, who was an FBI agent. She believed that those bodies had been posed, and particularly Libby. And and the girls were kind of at almost a 30-degree angle from one another. And on Abby was a formation of sticks. It looked like it had been formed. There was, I believe, 3 sticks or branches that had been, somebody had taken sticks and formed in a certain way. And the same on Libby. There were two branches, for example, going up that somebody had taken and placed these things in a very particular manner. And along her legs, where her genitals were, they went up. And you saw this if you watch the Hulu special, they did a really great job. I don't know where they got this, but I was glad they were able to get the when we were in trial, I was surprised to see that there was a depiction of the sticks on the girls that somebody had done. I don't remember ever getting that in Discovery. I'm not saying that we didn't get it. There was a million things in Discovery, but I was happy that was there. And the Hulu people got it as an exhibit. Apparently, one of the things that Judge Gold must have released, and they put that up on the screen, and you can see the configuration of sticks. Okay, and so that's what they're looking at this situation, and they had to be thinking, what is going on here? Because it was obviously not trying to hide the girls. These sticks were placed on there in a very intentional way. It looked,
and that's where the Odinism side to this came into play, folks. And it's absolute 100% done on purpose, not what Jennifer Coppendopper said, that they fell out of the tree and landed that way. That is the most stupidest thing anybody that has any kind of intelligence could say after seeing the configuration of what they looked like. If anybody believes that, you need to go get in a boat with her and sail on back to where the hell they came from, because that's so stupid. We're about done with this, folks. We'll either come back to this, or I'll let you guys go check this out on your own, because we've been here a little too long, and I need to bring everything to a shut here. So I'm just going to listen to the last few words from him, square it off, and well, like I said, we can probably come back to it, because it's very interesting. It is.
Like to police early on, day one, like it was some type of satanic cult, or somebody threw out the phrase Odinism, that this was Odinites. And that's a Norse pagan religion that uses a thing called runes as their symbols. If you want to call it an alphabet. Runes are Germanic in nature. Germanic runic script would be all these kind of weird symbols. And you can see them like in the movie. There was this bizarre movie, Midsummer. Okay.
Yeah.
Some people may have watched that. And you can see some people are wearing, because it's in Sweden, and they're wearing, you can see some runes there. And some movies, you'll just see them there. In fact, there's been some movies, I think it was in one of the episodes, the first True Detective. I think there were runes involved in that. But it looked like that to such a degree to the police that they wanted to investigate certain people and that belief system and see, is this real? Is it possible? This was not a figment of my imagination. It's not.
I'm going to stop it right there. That tells you right there that when police found the bodies and saw that situation, there were specifically 3 officers that stuck with this until one of them ended up deceased, and the other 2 kind of got quiet because of that situation. They stuck with the whole Odinism situation from the beginning because of the way that was found. So explain to me, anybody, how if the judge knows that that was part of the crime scene, you won't allow that as part of the defense. You won't even allow that to be spoken about in the courtroom. Am I the only person on this planet, obviously not, but in this room right now, that thinks that's strange? Okay? That a judge sees the picture. She knows the pictures are there. She knows that the kids were found that way, and you're not going to even allow that to be spoken? Sorry, folks, but I'm going to tell you right now, that either means you're either involved in this, or maybe she was being threatened, okay? You're still a judge. Then if you're being threatened, then you go take the precautions you need to do to make this happen so you can try this case as a judge with a clear mind. She didn't do that. None of that on either side of that. Like I said, you're either involved in this, you know somebody that's involved in this, or you're just too scared to do it. And if that's the case, then you recuse yourself, which they tried to get her removed, and she wouldn't do it. Supreme Court even said no. There's a problem with this case, guys, a big problem. We're going to be doing updates on this as well because I'm still bothered by this. He filed his appeal, and hopefully this is going to get thrown out and overturned, and he'll have a new trial. And I pray for that because I promise you I'll be following that one with the new judge. What's that, Bear?
I said, don't get your hopes up.
I know that, and you know that, but we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see.
Man,
yeah,
I hope so, but
the prick, Mr. Prosecutor himself. There's too many red flags, too many people that are too close, too many people that are close to other people in this case that shouldn't be close. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They shouldn't be as close to each other as they were. They had the man in custody that I believe was deeply involved in this, and then he passed away because he got sick. But they had him in custody at some point. They should have kept him because I truly believe that he's the bridge guy. That's who I think that is. And I'm never, like I said, I'll die on that hill. I cannot for the life of me see how they can see that person on the bridge is 5'4" little Richard Allen, because it's not. Okay. It just doesn't make sense, and it bugs the hell out of me. And I'm not gonna let go until we see something change or get better answers. In my opinion. And we're gonna be going back to that case too. Don't get me wrong. Truly are. Yes, cock and gagger. That's what I call her. Yeah, they moved him to Oklahoma jail, we know, because he's a high profile inmate, and they want to make sure he has more coverage, I guess, in an area that is not close to the people that he was being threatened by at some point. So I don't know. We'll see. I have a lot of issues with this case, guys. Just as many as I have with the Idaho case. And it bugs the hell out of me. It does. I feel so bad for his wife and his.
yeah, and especially if you've heard the calls between the two.
Yes.
And then to see her, how upset she was in that little clip.
If you guys get a chance, if you have Hulu or any other way to do it, go check out this. I'm going to go check it out too. I can't remember what the hell they said the name of it was, but I'll find it. Go check out the documentary, see what your thoughts are. If you followed the case, it should definitely be interesting to you. I'm going to, and then I'll be able to talk on it a little bit afterwards, and we can watch some more stuff like that and keep up with this and see what happens in this case, because I think it definitely needs to be retried. And just pray for Richard Allen and his family and hope that something good happens for him.
Capturing their killer, the girls on the high bridge.
Well, damn. Capturing their killer?
Uh-huh. The girls on the high bridge.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I'm sure it wouldn't be hard. Okay. That being said, let's check out a couple things since that case is kind of hard on your heart. Let's get a couple laughs in and then get the hell out of here. See what we got. Yes, agreed, Annie.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Oh, that would hurt.
Wait a minute. Was that a guy or a woman?
I don't know. Either way, it would hurt. I think
That's
it's a woman.
Yeah, it looks like she looks like she lost herself or something came out there at some point, right? Yeah, that looks like it would hurt. What's up, JS? Oh, no. No way.
Oh my God.
Ow. You okay?
Oh.
I thought he was gonna hit the rock. Face plant.
Nope. I got that on video.
Smart, it hurts.
No. Oh, you dumbass.
Ride it, ride it. Oh yeah!
That hurt.
Ow.
Oh, that hurt too.
Oh, I felt that one. I've been through that many a times.
Oh.
What a dumbass. That's what you get. She looked around. Did anybody see me?
Oh.
That hurt. Damn, right on your face.
You're gonna push it back when you jump.
Oh my god.
Oh, so much for the pull.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
It's a grizzly.
Send it! Oh my god! You almost made it, man. Guys, I'm oh no,
The hell is that, baby oil?
Probably.
Grill has that's my grill. Look.
There's Dago using his grill.
Oh boy. Whoa. Boom. And he's gone. Holy shit. Hi there, buddy. Welcome back. Why do people do dumb shit like that? You know that's gonna happen.
Oh my god!
Oh, I'd be pissed.
Surely not.
Somebody's wife's gonna come find me later and be like, my husband.
I knew that was coming. That's great.
Just €3 because you were just not going to say something.
Nice picture.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Holy shit.
Why'd you quit?
Grandma's getting it in. Oh, gotta hate when that happens.
What are you doing?
Who's gonna pressure watch her? Jesus. Whoa.
Oops. Somebody's.
Step is easy. Up. Give me your hand. Easy. Easy. Like this. Bravo. Whoop. Whoop.
It's a good way to win. This is gonna be bad. There it goes, and it's gone.
Oh.
That was he.
Selfie. Oh my god!
Oh no.
Come on, Rodney.
Was his belly that big before he fell?
It didn't look like it. That's weird. Did you catch your bone there, buddy?
Are you serious?
Oh my god. Uh-huh. That's what happened.
Well, if he had an iPhone, he wouldn't be worried about it.
Oh god.
Oh, dude.
Oh.
Oh!
Brilliant.
Oh.
You okay?
Oh.
Wow, you don't do stuff like that. Oh no.
Lost Grandpa.
And down. Oh, that hurt.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
It's looking good. Gang, gang.
I broke my glasses. Oh my gosh! Oh my lord! Look at that! Where you gonna go?
All right, guys, that's gonna do it. That'll make. Hopefully, you laughed a little bit. Thank you guys for joining us today. I hope you guys enjoyed your stay here. Thank you, Mom Bear, for joining me. As always, I appreciate you very much. I'm not gonna even say. Hopefully, I'll see you guys later because my wife is on vacation now, and you know how that goes. That's all I can say.
We see you tomorrow morning.
Maybe later on when it's dark and she finally is settled down. We'll see.
Goes to bed.
Yes, maybe if I get lucky. Other than that, I'd like to. Other than that, hopefully, do you work tomorrow, Mom Bear?
Nope.
Oh boy, goodness gracious, we might see her tomorrow too, folks. Who knows?
4 days off. Tomorrow's my last day off.
That is awesome. Well, you have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you later, I
Alrighty.
appreciate you very much for joining me. And everybody in chat, you know the deal. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You're all the beautiful people. And I will see you all very soon. Much love. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. I'll see you as soon as I can.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.